Okay, I think we're live. Yeah, I believe so. Let's make sure this is the case here on YouTube. Can you guys see me or hear me? I'm not seeing it coming through on YouTube, and that's why I'm a little confused. There we go. Cool. Got it. All right. That just took a second to update. What's going on, folks? Ted from Nerd Immersion here. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Things look like they're going well on the other side of things. So, yeah, we haven't done one of these in a while. Quite a while, really, since we had, I don't know, Strixhaven, I feel like was the last time we did one of these. I don't remember. Um, Basically, I think ever since WotC took over the distribution of, it is, as of literally this morning. So, yeah, we used to do these kind of videos quite often. Because previously, when WotC's PR firm handled the sending of all of the books to us, we would get them around 14 days or so prior to street release, sometimes even, several days prior to the, but actually that's kind of before they started doing D&D Beyond early release. We'd get the books early. So because it was kind of a pain in the ass to show you the book and stuff like that, what I would do is just kind of take questions, field them from the chat, and then I would just kind of answer them as they come in. And then we would just kind of, I'd read them off. We'd talk about what we think is there or what we want a clarification on or whatever the case may be. We do that. And then eventually, usually once it became live on D&D Beyond, I would go into full-blown coverage mode. Now, based on the conversations that we've had recently, my most recent video that I uploaded with Noah, my lawyer friend, we talked a lot about where we kind of landed with what WotC's stuff is. And I guess I'll just take a moment. Before I get into that, let me say a couple other things. One, the way this is going to work is we may do multiples of these live streams. I'm going to be doing coverage. It's just I haven't figured out exactly how I want to handle that. So I will be doing coverage, but we may do a couple of these live streams over the next couple of weeks or so, just kind of fielding questions from everybody as we go through. The way these are going to work is hopefully, ideally, friends of the channel will recognize our wonderful folks that have been what we like to call stamp champs. And that is folks that after the fact, after these live streams are done, they do the Lord's work and they put timestamps in a comment or something so that we can have timestamps for whenever something happens throughout the course of this video. And then I can just add those timestamps to the video description, thus establishing chapters and timestamps for anybody who wants to look up something specific after the video has gone, after we've done with the live stream. There is no limit on this live stream tonight, so at least I say that now at 11:30 p.m. Eastern time. I might eventually get too tired that it's impossible to go on, and we might just have to call it. But right now, we're kind of planning to be in this for the long haul. The other thing is right now, I don't believe we have slow mode on, so we're kind of just in regular chat mode at the moment. So everybody can just type out whatever they want as time goes on, ask questions and things. If things start to get out of hand, where we're just getting a ton of comments and we can't keep track of what's being said, then we might have to switch to turn on slow mode. We've done that in the past. And then we also might have to potentially, and then I guess just what'll always happen is just typically because things, as they start to get out of control, comments and things thrown in with super chats will usually they filter themselves automatically to the top. So again, not that I'm incentivizing folks, and I do try to answer every question, but if it does come through with a super chat, it'll pin itself to the kind of the top of the screen, so I can keep track of that a little bit more easily. So we will dive in to your questions as they start to roll in here. But what I did want to say, which I didn't really say in the video I did with Noah, was the goal of the videos that I had released was not to show the entire book. It was not to provide something that would be screen cappable in the purposes of WotC. I was just doing the typical coverage that I do when I would usually cover things on like D&D Beyond after it's released. We would just talk about that kind of stuff and like hit the highlights that matter to me or typically matter what you guys care my opinion on. So I can see like I get it why they're doing what they're doing, but I also have to figure out if like that kind of content, like the stuff I've done more recently. Like, I think last week I did a Quest from the Infinite Staircase magic item video where I just talked about the new magic items from it, pulled them up on D&D Beyond. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that kind of stuff officially. I'm going to talk to the WotC folks and we'll go from there, but we'll see. I know most of you imagine that I wasn't attempting to make content in such a way as to violate, direct flip throughs or anything. I was just doing the content I normally do. It's just we never been able to do it with a PDF before, so it is where it is. So, all right. First question. Yes, thank you. G, if everybody hits the like button, this does drive this up in the YouTube algorithm. This also does indirectly end up driving subscribers to the channel if lives do very well. I'm actually surprised so many of you came out to watch the Gen Con live stream, both during and after the fact, that Sarah and I did. So first question was, how am I doing? I am doing okay. I am recovering from COVID. I, like so many others who attended Gen Con, popped COVID positive. I was fine for several days after the fact, and then it just kind of hit me late. But I had about a 2-day downtime, so that's why I don't know where the fatigue is going to land me today. But I basically managed to bounce back pretty well overall. So things are going well. Other than that, I may have given it to my wife, though, so she's not too happy about that. And I apologize, Claire, if you're watching. All right. So, first question is Shillelagh better than Booming Blade or Green Flame Blade? Well, I guess I can start by saying Green Flame Blade and Booming Blade did not make it into the player's handbook. So, we are basically going to have to be comparing it to the versions that we have. Now, I will tell you what Shillelagh looks like now. I'm pretty sure it's almost identical to the version we had in the Unearthed Arcana. If things come down to where we need to do direct comparisons, I will pull up the Unearthed Arcana. But taking a look at Shillelagh, it is still a bonus action. It is still 1 minute, and I think it follows basically, like I said, what we saw in the Unearthed Arcana. It's a club or a quarterstaff. I'm pretty sure that was the same. It basically will now use your spellcasting ability modifier instead of strength. That's no different than base Shillelagh from 5e. However, it switches the damage die to a d8. So whether you're using a quarterstaff or a club, the damage die goes to a d8. Its damage goes to force damage. And then at cantrip scaling levels, the Shillelagh damage die increases to 10, 12, and 2d6 respectively. So no, it does not, in my opinion, out damage Booming Blade or Green Flame Blade. I think it is a general improvement over base Shillelagh that we have in the 2014 version because it does at least have some degree of scaling. Also, something you'll see across the board that we're seeing in these books is there is no more things basically giving you magical bludgeoning damage or magical piercing damage or magical slashing damage. Everything, any ability or anything like that in the past that used to do that now just provides you some other type of damage. For the most part, it seems to be force damage now, but sometimes it's radiant damage or what have you. So, for example, Shillelagh used to make your Shillelagh do magical bludgeoning damage. It now does force damage instead. Same thing with the monk, right? The monk used to do level 6. You used to do your, unarmed strikes were magical for the purposes of overcoming damage resistance. They now can choose to do force damage instead of bludgeoning damage. Are the exhaustion rules a version when you get a -1 per level? They're worse. The exhaustion rules are now a -2. I believe. Yeah. It is cumulative. Each time you receive it, you gain a level of exhaustion. Here's what so exhaustion is brutal now, and I love it, right? So it is still scaling levels, right? When you get another level of exhaustion, it increases, right? So it is, you start from 1, at 6 you die. When you have a level of exhaustion, you have a -2 to every D20 test roll. Reminder that I'll use this new terminology. D20 test is any attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. Essentially anything you're rolling a D20 for, you now have a -2 for each level of exhaustion. So when you hit 5 levels of exhaustion, you have a -10 to all attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. In addition to that, you reduce your movement speed by a number of feet equal to 5 times your exhaustion level. So again, were you to be at 5 levels of exhaustion, you will have -25 movement speed, -10 to all ability checks, or all ability checks, attack rolls, and saving throws. Reminder that, does that apply to death saving throws? It might apply to death saving throws. Oh, hold on. A player character must make a death saving throw, also called a death save. Okay. So yeah, I guess it's a D20 roll. So if you have 5 levels of exhaustion and you make a death save, whatever that number is subtracted by 10? No, that probably doesn't work like that, right? That would make sense. Or would it? Ooh. If that's true and it applies to death, then exhaustion can be exceptionally brutal. Okay, death saving throws. You must make a D20 or death saving throw to determine, unlike other, okay, roll a D20. If the roll is a 10 or higher, you succeed, otherwise you fail. Success or failure has no effect by itself. Okay, it doesn't call it a D20 test. It calls it a D20 roll, so I don't know if that's the difference between the two. Because if that's what it, because if it, that's a clarifying question I'd love to hear, because it specifically calls in exhaustion when you make a D20 test. I don't believe a death saving throw technically counts as a D20 test, but if it does, exhaustion could just totally destroy your death saving throws and make it a real bad day for you. Okay, so that was exhaustion. Next question here is about Barkskin. What level is Barkskin? With the changes to Druid AC, I'm hoping it became a first level spell. Let's find out. I think it is a first level spell. Was it always a first level spell? No, it is a level 2 spell. Yeah, I don't really like Barkskin, I'll be honest. It's a level 2 spell. It is a bonus action to activate, which is nice. You can touch a willing creature, so it doesn't necessarily have to be you, which I think it always was the case. Lasts for an hour, and your AC is now 17. Or it can't be, the target has an AC of 17 if it's lower than that. I'm pretty sure old Barkskin used to be 16, so they gave it a slight increase. It is not concentration, which I don't think it was previously. But yeah, I get what you're saying with the bump to Druid's AC when it comes to wild shaping. Barkskin almost seems like it doesn't... I don't really know how useful is Barkskin, realistically. I don't think it's that useful. Maybe for like an animal companion? Maybe? Something like that. Is there a blank character sheet in the back of the book, or do you have to buy one now? It is not in the back of the book. It is actually right at the start of Chapter 2. So they switched up the way they did this. They basically have you learn the rules of the game. That's Chapter 1, is basically the rules of the game. Chapter 2 is making a character, and then basically... Chapter 2 is... What is Chapter 2 technically called? Creating a character. So right after you get from the first page of like the opening spread, that is the character sheet. Now, right now, it is not perforated. So that's kind of annoying. I imagine once the book is officially released to the public officially. Digital character sheet PDFs will likely be downloadable on D&D Beyond, as well as, you'll be able to push them out via D&D Beyond as well. So let's, oh boy, there were a lot of questions I missed. All right, let's go back. Okay, we did that. Can you clarify the 4 elements monks? Are they still a caster-like subclass? I'm pretty sure I get what you're asking, and the answer is going to be no, they're not. 4 elements monk does not have any spells of any kind. So if that answers your question, that answers your question. They have no spells of any kind. They can do cool things in some instances that replicate spell-like effects, like doing some sort of AoE damage, but they do not cast spells at all. It's interesting because I still see content creators showing new spells text. So, Zayantist, watch the video Noah and I put out, and essentially we talked about what fair use is. You can still show stuff, but like you need to be careful on how you show it and what way you show it. Like, I talked about it in the video. Like, if I were to pick up this book and be like, can you see this? And like make a point to show you one bit of it, to like make a point or something like that. That's a thing I could do. There are ways you can use this content and the PDF in such a way that falls within a safe area of fair use. Doing it this way is what I've always done it, because it's just kind of hard to showcase stuff when we're just talking about it out loud. But I can answer your questions. And then, like I said, I would normally just cover it on D&D Beyond, because I also just had the physical book and it was easier to just have a visual for you to see, because that's what I've always done. I'm still going to ask and reference some older videos and say, like, hey, is this cool? Because of how things, I imagine I'm not going to hear back on the fair use side of things, because the way we talked about how fair use works, but we'll see. As far as I've seen, there's very few options for learning the rare languages. Is there anything further on this in the PHB, or is it pretty much just Druid and Rogue getting them as a class feature? Okay. We're talking languages here. All right. So, languages. You start with at least 3 languages. Common plus 2 languages you roll or choose from the standard language table. They have a D12. You can roll and determine it that way. Knowledge of a language means your characters can communicate in it, read, and write. The standard language table represents languages that are widespread on D&D worlds. Every player knows Common. The other standard languages originated with the first members of the most prominent species. The rare language table lists languages that are either secret or derived from other planes of existence, and thus less widespread in the worlds of the material plane. Some features let a character learn a rare language. So there are, again, as mentioned, some features, class features or otherwise, that will let you learn a rare language. Here's the thing that I'll bring up, and maybe this is different for your game, and that's cool. How often do the languages truly matter in your game? And I've brought this up, and I only bring this up, and I'm not trying to be facetious here, just because some of the games that I've been in, that's a question I ask, because that could be a difference between a feat that you take or something that you do, because like languages in the real world, being able to be like, yeah, I know 8 languages is huge. But in the D&D world, like when spells like tongues and comprehend languages exist, comprehend languages even being a ritual spell, right? How useful are the languages at base outside of very rare languages like Thieves' Cant or Druidic, which are obviously very specific to the nature of those who use them? So again, some classes, like again, the Rogue as mentioned and the Druid, will have things. Now, I think the backgrounds don't list languages, because languages, as we discussed, are just kind of part of it. Everybody knows Common in 2 languages. Now, if we go and look at the species, I believe some of them will tell you get a language. Or no, do they remove that? Huh. Okay, yeah, looks like the species don't grant you languages either. The languages come from... Huh. Yeah, so you don't get languages from any species, you get common in 2 of your choice just as part of character creation, which is something that's extremely easy to miss. So I'm actually glad you brought this up because I didn't actually recognize that on my first playthrough. Or read through. I just totally missed that. So again, some class features might provide that. I wonder if there are feats that do that. Let's look. I don't think there is. I think there's an epic boon that like lets you know all languages or something. I don't think there's one that lets you learn other language. Interesting. Huh. So, well, to my point from earlier, if languages are a very important thing in your game and you're going to switch over to the 2024 rules in their entirety, languages are much more difficult to come by now. Huh. Yeah. There is, unless, yeah, so this is something else we'll see. And maybe I'm jumping ahead and not getting to questions. And like I said, I do apologize if you've asked a question. My goal is to go through these in numerical order. But if you ask one with a super chat, that'll jump it to the top. That's just how it works because that's what they do. Yeah, you'll notice that there's a lot of things that are slightly different. For example, no species grant you armor or weapon proficiencies anymore. So like you don't know how to wear certain armor or use certain weapons for being an elf or a dwarf anymore. That's not a thing. Only classes or feats can grant you armor proficiency or weapon proficiency. And it seems like that is the thing here when it comes to languages, except it's only like subclass or class features. So a good catch and something I really didn't think about. So well done to whoever suggested that. Sean Gill. Excellent catch. Are there any changes to vehicles and mounts for the 2014 Player's Handbook? They do exist to some degree on the equipment section here. Let's see. All right, mounts. We still have Barding. Barding costs twice as much, which I'm pretty sure was the same. Camel, elephant, warhorse, or draft horse, riding horse, mastiff, mule, pony, warhorse. Airship, galley, keelboat, longboat, rowboat, sailing ship, warship. We might have a little more information on vehicles, right? We have speed listed here. Actually, I think there is more because it has the ship, the speed, the crew, the number of passengers, the amount of cargo it can carry in tons, the armor class, the HP, the damage threshold, and the cost of all of those vehicles is all listed out in a table here. So that, I do believe, is more than we have in the 2014 Player's Handbook. I'd have to double check 100% with 100% certainty, but I believe the mounted combat section is about as identical as it is in the 2014 section, right? It has mounting and dismounting, controlling a mount, falling off. It's not like there's a massive amount of improvement to like how mounts work. So I hope that answers your question. What spell were you most shocked that was not in the book from PHB 2014 and Tasha's, i.e., if Fireball or Booming Blade was not in it? Well, Booming Blade and Green Flame Blade, and pretty much all of the cool spells that only existed in the Sword Coast Adventures Guide didn't make it through. So, if you were a big fan of a Green Flame Blade or Booming Blade, you will not see them in this book. They don't exist. One that I thought Tasha's Caustic Brew didn't make it in, as far as I recall. That I thought was odd because like they have other Tasha, like new Tasha spells in here. So Tasha's Caustic Brew not making it in, I thought was interesting. We have Tasha's Bubbling Cauldron, which is a brand new spell, and Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Tensor's Transformation, I thought would have been a good one to put in here. that did make it. Maximilian's Earthen Grasp was another one I would have liked to have seen. Didn't make it in. Yeah. I mean, a handful of good ones did, so I'm not going to say, like, there's definitely some improvements, you know, over what was here, but there is definitely some that, like, basically, I think everything that was in the 2014 book made it in, plus some additions. Okay. Live stream Gen Con was great. Thank you so much. I noticed that Paladins and Rangers, when multiclassing, now round their levels up. Oh, you mean for spellcasting? Let's find out. Where is multiclassing? Multiclassing. Level advancement, multiclassing, spell levels. Yeah, half your level rounded up in the Paladin and Ranger class. That's true. When determining spell slots, anyway. More importantly, how's the deck going? Okay, so the deck, quick update. The roof is on and fastened down. I put the metal roof on, so the roof is basically done. I did all the concrete work and the steps that need to be done. The set of double French doors are installed, and those are perfect. The singular exterior door, I don't like how it's in and it's functional, but I had a little bit issue with some water infiltration. So I ordered some new parts, and basically this week, probably this coming Thursday, Friday, I'm going to take the door back out, clear up all of the tape and flashing and everything, redo it all nice and fresh and clean, reinstall the door properly, and hopefully that will fix that. I have 3 more like small picture windows to install, but that shouldn't take very long. And then I have to put up the gutter. And then that's basically all the exterior work minus the siding. So then after that's done, I have to build an interior wall and then drop a new final like subfloor down. And then it's time for framing inspection. So coming along pretty good, actually. Does the PHB include information on porting old content to the new system? Yes. But that is a very loaded question. There's a lot of information there. So there is a section. Where is it? It's not very big. There's one that it comes to mind immediately. But depending on what you're asking about, you might need more clarity. So there is a section called Backgrounds and Species from Older Books. This is one of the shorts that I'd put up that I ended up deleting because I wasn't sure if I was allowed to post it. Says backgrounds in older books don't include ability score improvements. So if you've missed out on that, species no longer grant you ability score improvements. Backgrounds do in this version of 5e. So it's a little weird because they also aren't like loosey-goosey. The backgrounds have definitive ability scores tied to them, and they list 3 ability scores, and your choices are increase each one of those ability scores by 1, or increase one of the 3 by 2 and one of the 3 by 1, right? So it's standard kind of rules. Increase 1 by 2 and 1 by 1, or all 3 by 1, but they give you a hard list of 3 ability scores, which is very odd because it seems to fly in the face of everything we've kind of been building towards with this kind of choose your own path kind of a thing. That being said, that little sidebar about older backgrounds and species says, if you're using a background from an older book, adjust your ability score increases by 1 score by 2, and a different one by 1, or 3 by 1. Basically saying, make sure that your older background now includes ability score improvements. Similarly, species in older books include ability score increases. Cut those out. Ignore those and use only the ones given by your background. So basically what they're saying is if you're going to use a species that's not included in this book, negate its ability score improvements, move the ability score improvements to the backgrounds, but also is having you lock in that it's +2 +1 or +1 +1 +1. So no, like, hill dwarf, mountain dwarf, get the +2/+2, or the half elf get +2/+1/1. They don't want that anymore. It says also if that background doesn't provide you a feat, which again, all of the older backgrounds did not, choose an origin feat of your choice. Reminder, there's like 7 origin feats. We can talk about those at some point. But as I mentioned again in that short that I ended up taking down, is technically if you have, so right, as we know, the more recent feats in the more recent books in favor of a background feature grant you a feat. And usually it's a specific feat. Like, for example, if you went to Strixhaven and have a Strixhaven student or background, then you get that feat that has you, because you went to Strixhaven, you get the Strixhaven feat, right? Whatever that is. So that was like a specific one. Otherwise, it's going to say choose one of the origin feats from this book, which is like tough or lucky or whatever, right? But if you go for one that's not remade, because again, a lot of the 2014 Player's Handbook backgrounds have been remade, but let's say you pick one from another book that was older that didn't grant you a background feature, or didn't grant you a feat, you technically get the feat from this book and the background feature. So it's like a slight power improvement. So one that jumps to mind for me is like, I want to say Ghosts of Saltmarsh had like the marine background, I want to say was one. Let's see. Let me make sure I'm not making that up. Saltmarsh backgrounds, all right? So you had the marine background. Trained for battle on sandy beaches and rocky shores. Your background feature was called Steady. You can move twice the normal amount of time, up to 16 hours each day, before being subject to the effect of a forced march, right? Which is based on like travel pace. It says, additionally, you can automatically find a safe route to land a boat on shore, provided such a route exists. Right, and a forced march there's the table that kind of shows how things go when you're traveling. And it says the travel pace table assumes a character moves for 8 hours a day. If you push beyond 8 hours of travel per day, you risk exhaustion. That's when you're entering into what they're calling a forced march. For each additional hour beyond 8 hours, the character covers the distance shown in the hour column for their pace, and each character must make a Constitution saving throw at the end of an hour. So if you're traveling at like a normal pace, you've traveled for 8 hours a day, and you're going to continue to push yourself beyond the normal 8-hour travel day, per hour you could travel 3 miles moving at a normal pace. But at the end of each one of those hours, you're going to have to make a Constitution saving throw at the end of that hour. The DC is 10 plus 1 hour for each hour past 8 hours. So if you travel for 9 hours, it's going to be a DC 11 Constitution saving throw. If you fail, you're going to take on a level of exhaustion. That's how, at least how Force March used to work. I don't know if Force March is technically a term in here. We'll have to look that up. But that's how that worked. Now, the Marine background that we just discussed lets you go 16 hours, effectively doubling your marching time before you're even considered any kind of penalty at all. That's just a freebie background feature. And then again, you can automatically find a safe route to shore to land a boat, provided such a route exists. Now, that is a background feature, but it does not include a feat. So technically, if you were to take the Saltmarsh background, get that marine background feature, which would be a free thing, you would also be granted a feat from this book in addition to that, therefore giving you, again, a slight power advantage. I don't think this is game-breaking in any way, and it's obviously not the intention, because they want you to have stuff that's on the power level of a feat, because a lot of background features, as I'm sure you know, are completely subjective, and they either could matter or they could almost, in some instances, never matter. The other one I often bring up is the Outlander background, right? If you're out in nature, you could find food for you and up to 5 other allies or whatever, and you can't get lost or something like that, right? So that could just be something that's like an always-on thing that you're like, cool, I never have to worry about this. And that's just a thing. So you have that. but then you'd also get a feat. So you see there's like a slight power increase in theory if you were to try to game it that way. Again, it's not going to be super game breaking, but it is something to consider. All right. What are your thoughts on Armor of Agathys? D&D 2024 does damage anytime you have temporary HP. You can apply new sources. I don't know if that's true. More importantly, the biggest change to Armor of Agathys is it's a bonus action now to activate it. That's the biggest change, in my opinion. So I think Armor of Agathys is great in that duration. So it says you gain 5 temporary hit points. If a creature hits you with an attack roll before the spell ends, which is 1 hour, the creature takes 5 cold damage. The spell ends early if you have no temporary hit points. So it doesn't specifically state temporary hit points from this spell, so you are correct. But if you have no other temporary hit points, then the spell ends. So the spell is an hour duration, non-concentration, but if you have no temporary hit points, then you lose the spell. So, yeah, I guess technically the way it's written, if you had a means, if you could cast Armor of Agathys as a bonus action with a level 1 spell, and then had a means to super juice yourself up with temporary hit points, you could be dealing the damage continually, I guess. I think it's fine. Also, remember that they changed a lot of the ways for you to get access to spells, right? So, for example, you can't take Warlock with Magic Initiate, and you can't take Warlock with Magical Secrets. So, like Warlock spells, I mean. So, Magic Initiate and Magical Secrets will not let you get access to Warlock spells. So, unless you multi-class into Warlock or have another means of getting it some other weird way, Armor of Agathys is exclusively a Warlock spell, and given the fact that they're going to have limited spell slots in general, I'm fine if there's a slight nuancy way for you to get additional access to the damage of Armor of Agathys. That's fine. Like I said, the biggest change for me is that it's a bonus action, which I think is fantastic. So I love that. And it still scales as you would expect. So I like that. What weapon mastery does Sickle, Whip, Warpick, Spear, and Blowgun have? Oh, yeah, we can talk about that. That's fine. I think those exist somewhere anyway already. I don't think they've really changed from the what's it called? Yeah, I don't really think they've changed too much from what we saw in the Unearthed Arcana. So, what was your list here? Sickle is Nick. Whip is Slow. Warpick is Sap. Spear is Sap. And Blowgun is Vex. There you go. After looking at the background, how do you like it? From what I've seen, it's hard to get your ASI feat and skills to match what you want. Yeah, I don't love the rigidity, as I was saying before, of the backgrounds. And again, reminder that I'm kind of going in order of these questions, so I might be like, you guys might be confused as to where this conversation's coming from. So, you're saying it doesn't... yeah, because it gives you... They're a lot more rigid, which I thought is odd. Right, so if I were to look at Acolyte, for example, right? Acolyte tells me ability score improvements, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Well, I don't love that, because how many classes are going to want to have all 3 casting stats boosted? And it's going to give me Magic Initiate Cleric. I don't love that. Also, one thing that I think is a severe step backwards is there are no rules for building custom backgrounds in the player's handbook. The 2014 player's handbook had rules for building a custom background and how to do it. The 2024 one does not have any rules for custom backgrounds. Custom background rules, I believe, are coming with the Dungeon Master Guide, which is kind of a severe oversight, in my opinion. Now, it does tell you what the parts of a background are. So it doesn't give you rules specifically for creating your own. Like, it had a section for creating your own background in 2014. But it does spell out what they are, so you could create your own, which is, again, list 3 ability scores, and then they get to increase 1 by 2, or another one by 1, or 3, each one by 1. Give it a feat of your choice from the origin feats. Give it proficiency in 2 skills. Each character gets a proficiency with 1 tool, either a specific tool or an artisan's tool. And each background offers a choice between a package of equipment and 50 gold pieces. Okay? So you could, as I'm sure you could determine from that, easily craft your own background from it. It's not that hard. It doesn't have specific rules on how to do it, which I don't know if you need to when they tell you what the anatomy of it is. So let's take a look. Is Outlander one? Because I don't think they have Outlander. They have Guide, right? So Guide is the new Outlander, I believe, which is Dexterity, Constitution, Wisdom. And your feat is Magic Initiate Druid. You get Stealth and Survival, proficiency in cartography tools, and then again, it lists a bunch of equipment, or you can get 50 gold pieces. I also like that everybody gets a standard set amount of gold, as opposed to previously where like hermits got like chump change and like a noble got a bunch of gold. In comparison, like 5 gold versus 25 gold, which doesn't sound like a lot, but in those early levels, 5 versus 25 gold could be quite a bit. Now, Sailor was the one everybody used to take when they were a strength type. So Sailor gets you strength, dex, and wisdom. But here's the thing. It's strength, dex, and wisdom, and it locks you into Tavern Brawler. Which I guess I understand, like, lore-wise. But as you mentioned, it's hard to get stuff to line up. Because if you're looking at certain things, right, you might want, like, Entertainer. All right, Entertainer is probably, I guess, the best one, right? It's Strength, Dex, Charisma, and the Musician background, but you might not want the Musician background. Honestly, I think, with the exception of the feats, or the skills, I think everybody's going to be a farmer. A farmer or a criminal. I think that's where we're at, right? So if we look at the farmer options are strength, con, and wisdom. So for all the fightery types, strength and con. Feat is tough. And the skill proficiencies are animal handling and nature. So you don't love the skill proficiencies necessarily, but you can get strength, con, and tough. So I feel most fighters, paladins, barbarians, they're probably all going to be farmers based on this. I could be wrong. Now, if we look at criminal, they get dex and constitution, they get alert, and they get sleight of hand and stealth and thieves tools. So I see a lot of dexterity-based criminals, and I see a lot of strength-based farmers. Or charlatans, right? Dex, con, and charisma, they get the skilled feat and deception and sleight of hand. But so like to that point where people are saying like you're not going to have a lot of them line up, the weird shift to so much rigidity in how the backgrounds work. Again, you can obviously throw this out and alter it for your game, but I do think it would be funny that most of like the strength and con based people might be like, yep, whole bunch of farmers or guards, right? So guard is strength, intelligence, and wisdom. Feat is alert, skill proficiency, athletics, and perception. So we're going to have a lot of farmers, I think, and a lot of guards is what I see in the near future for a lot of characters going forward. Yeah. I think a lot of clerics might end up being hermits because they get the healer feat for free. Constitution and wisdom with the healer feat, and then medicine and religion. So a whole lot of hermit healers out there, a whole lot of hermit clerics. Could see that happening too. A lot of sailor monks, I think we'll see with the tavern brawler feat. A lot of barbarian soldiers, right? Strength, dex, con, savage attacker as the feat. Yeah. So I just like it's kind of silly to think about, but because of the way they switched the feats or the backgrounds to be so kind of like rigid on how they're structured, like the amount of characters you're going to play with that all have the same history just because of this, or you're going to see a lot of people using that little table I told you about where you pull a background from an older book. Because when you pull a background from an older book, you could find one maybe that gives you the feature you're looking for. And then you can say, okay, I got to assign ability scores to it. Just pick the ability scores you would want to have improved. And you got to pick a feat. Pick the feat you want. And like I said, maybe you pick Marine, like I was telling you about, get a whole bunch of cool abilities to march all through the day, and then get a feat on top of that. How many levels of exhaustion can you recover with a long rest? One level of exhaustion per long rest. The only person who can do that better, when finishing a long rest, removes 1 level of exhaustion. When your exhaustion level reaches 0, the condition ends. The only thing that changes that is things like greater restoration, or one of the best features that the Ranger has, and I've brought this up, is the Ranger's Tireless feature, which allows them to heal a level of exhaustion on a short rest, which is just totally badass and is the kind of energy the Ranger needed, in my opinion, to really become a cool, like, unique class. Because they are the only class that has anything like the ability to heal a level of exhaustion on a short rest. And you're not limited in how many short rests you can take in a day, really. At least as far as I know. I have to check. Maybe they do have a limitation on how many short rests you can take in a day. Let's see. I don't believe, I'm looking to see. I don't see anything that says you can't have as many short rests as you would like in a day. So in theory, a Ranger could clean all their levels of exhaustion in a day by taking multiple short rests, because the Ranger feature that lets you do that doesn't say, like, you can only use this feature once per long rest. The Tireless feature is just usable as often as you take a short rest, which I think is a really cool feature, and I wish we had more of that energy. Yeah, whenever you finish a short rest, your exhaustion level, if any, decreases by 1. And that is phenomenal. That would have been a really cool concept, this sort of thing, to heavily tap into to make the Ranger really unique. Okay. Can you confirm that if the spell doesn't appear in the player's handbook, then use either the 2014 Xanathar's or Tasha's Fizbin? That's what they're going to tell you to do, yeah. So it doesn't, like, have explicit rules in here about, like, spellcasting from an older book, at least as far as I know. So that's what you're going to have to do, because if the spell isn't here, you're going to have to use the older version of it because it's just not here. I'll look and see if there is specific sidebar on older spells, but I don't think there is. Identifying an ongoing spell. Doesn't say. There's no specific thing in here for, like, older spells. So, yeah, if you want to use it, you're going to have to use the older version if it's not replaced. And that's kind of how it's going to be on D&D Beyond too, right? Like, if there's a newer version of the spell from this book, it will likely end up replacing the older version on D&D Beyond. So hope that helps. -10 to death saves means a 10 is a crit fail instead of a success. Yeah, so I'm not sure how, again, the death saves interact because of the exhaustion. I don't think death saving throws are technically a D20 test. I think that kind of are a unique circumstance, but you can obviously play it that way if you want to increase lethality. Does Hex apply to a D20 test or still just ability checks? Great question. I believe it's still just ability checks. Ability checks, yep. Hex is still just disadvantage on ability checks. Can you go over the new beast stats and compare them with the old ones? That is a lot. You mean every single beast? There's a lot of beasts in here. I don't think I'm going to go through every single beast. Cat gets dark vision. That's the big one, right? And yeah, I'm not going to sit here and do a direct one-to-one comparison. I mean, maybe at some point I will, but if I were to compare all of the beast stat blocks here, like that's going to take hours to do because there's quite a few in here. So I don't think I'm going to do that for the purposes of this. Also, it's going to be boring as hell because I'm just going to be looking at stat blocks. And it's not like I can pull it up to show you both. I could pull up the old stat blocks and try to like do one of these, but I think we'll save stat block comparisons. If there's a specific beast you're looking for, then I can look for that because that might be a little bit easier. Like I said, cats get dark vision. That's probably the big one a lot of people were worried about. Yeah, that's what my assumption is because a D20 test adds a modifier. But then in theory, because, you know, old exhaustion rules would give you disadvantage on saving throws, and technically a death saving throw is a saving throw. So, like, that could have had interactions there as well. Did they change the Shocking Grasp spell? With the new monster stat blocks removing legendary actions in favor of giving creatures multiple reactions. That is a good question, because that is in fact true what you said about the changes. It can't make opportunity attacks until the start of its next turn. So it doesn't lose its reaction. It just can't make opportunity attacks, which I think was the original intention of Shocking Grasp. But there you have it. Did they change? Question, how is Barkskin level 2 and Silvery Barbs level 1? Excellent question. Silvery Barbs also is not a spell that made it into this book. Who knows? If we get a reprised version of Silvery Barbs in the future, maybe they will bump the level up higher. But currently, yeah, I'm not sure. Barkskin should not be a level 2 spell, in my opinion. What am I... Ooh! Gee, what a great question. What subclass am I most interested in trying? Whoa, wow. What a loaded question that is. Damn. Okay. Shit, Damn, okay, that's a great question. Wow. I don't, you know, I don't really know. So things that I think are worth considering here for me is I've played a lot of, I haven't played a ton of 5e, but I've played a decent amount. Some of you have seen that over the course of things on my channel or otherwise. But I tend to gravitate towards the same few classes. Those being Paladin, Bard, Cleric, Wizard, and Monk. Monk is only well, Monk is only really to screw with my one friend, and I've only played monks in his game. So that was just kind of fun for me. But usually it's between Paladin, Bard, Cleric, and Wizard. Those are like the classes that I normally play. Mostly because I think they were some of the better designed classes in the 2020 or the 2014 Player's Handbook. Now I started playing. And I always wanted to play a rogue, but every time I was going to play a rogue in a game, somebody else played a rogue, and I didn't want to do double rogue. So I finally started to play one on my very infrequent Tuesday night game. But we were using the playtest rules, so I'm kind of playing this version of the rogue anyway. So I would kind of count that in there. That being said, this version, updated version of the 2024 Player's Handbook, has really opened up options for me to try things I was never interested in trying before. I guess I did technically play a Warlock once, an old playtest version of the Hexblade, but that campaign I don't really count because it was kind of a throwaway. And I played the old very early UA version of the Artificer, which was absolute trash. That version, anyway. It's much different now with the final version. That was in, Tasha's, but still. So I never got to play a Barbarian. I always wanted to play a Barbarian. Never played a Druid because I didn't like the way the Druid... I just have too much nostalgia for 3.5 Druid. that I didn't really love the 5e druid because and like that's a pure nitpick thing on my part that I would never be able to truly replicate that. And the biggest thing for me was, as I've mentioned many times on the channel before, is my 3.5e druid. I had a large love for my animal companion. And while the newer versions of the druid does have access to find familiar, it's not the same as an animal companion. And they got close with the primeval druid. It was very close. Like, it was on the track to get there. It failed horribly in its execution, but it was working its way towards getting me to what I wanted in the druid. But the updates to the base classes in here have drastically shifted my opinion on several base classes that I was interested in playing. Also, I am technically playing a sorcerer in a podcast series as well. We're only level 4, and we're playing old rules, so it doesn't necessarily count as much. But I'm actually trying Constitution casting in that game, where I'm using my Constitution as my casting stat instead of Charisma. So that's neither here nor there, but I would like to try... trying to think. I don't really love the World Tree Barbarian, so I think I might ditch out on that. I really like the Wild Heart Barbarian. That's actually why I'm playing them in the game. We've kind of been on hiatus for a bit, but our Baldur's Gate 3 stream we were doing on Mondays, I was playing a Wild Heart Barbarian. I really like that. But I also like the updates to the Zealot Barbarian. Because part of the reason why I also like bards, or sorry, why I like clerics and paladins, is I usually like having a character with like a divine higher being connection, because it just adds for so much interesting roleplay material. And the Zealot Barbarian technically could give you that, which is pretty cool. And then the Druid, I like a lot of the changes to base Druid quite a bit. I like the changes to land Druid. Moon Druid, obviously huge. I don't love necessarily the transformation aspect of it. But the Circle of the Sea Druid is also kind of interesting just because it's new. Right? That's something we haven't seen before. Circle of Stars was always okay, but Circle of Sea is kind of different, just like I said, because it's new. But one of the other ones that's a real, like, out of left field pick for me is the Fighter. I love the adjustments to the Fighter. And I'm like a big fan of some of the twists that they've added. I might honestly, Champion Fighter is way like stronger in a lot of ways, so I'm kind of really digging Champion Fighter. I know that's kind of like very basic. But I've never done the Psy Warrior, Psy Knight? I think that could also be kind of interesting, Psy Warrior Fighter. And then again, I would give Monk another shot again, just because of the Monk is almost like an entirely new class. I played like what once was the Unearthed Arcana version of the Way of Mercy Monk. I don't think I would go back to that. I always had interest in what was the Long Death Monk from back in the day. So, and I like the adjustments to the Shadow Monk, so I would probably maybe give Shadow Monk a try. But some of the other big shifts is where Sorcerer got a lot of adjustments to the base Sorcerer. As discussed, Aberrant Mind and Clockwork got a little bit of a downgrade. Draconic Sorcerer got a big upgrade, so I kind of like that. And honestly, almost all of the Warlocks, except for Fiend, got like massive improvements. Archfey I like a lot, and Great Old One got a lot of adjustments too. So I could really lean into those. So I think I'm gonna plant my flag on Path of the Zealot Barbarian as one that I would really like to give a shot to, but a lot of those other ones I listed as well. Okay. Did they balance the frequency of damage type in spells? By this you mean that there's so many fire damage spells and so other little types of damage spells? I'm going to say probably not. There are an improvement in adding in a lot of some of the other elemental spells from later on other books. like a lot of the cantrips that you recall from other books, except for obviously Green Flame Blade and Booming Blade didn't make it, but like Thunderclap and a lot of those other ones that added other damage types, those are more present now. So I like that. But yeah, I think a lot of the spells that like, they did add some other ones that have like, that are part of this like Dragon Breath or whatever it is that lets you like pick the damage type. There are things like that, which is nice. Like there's more spells like Chromatic Orb has new functionality, where it can kind of bounce. So that's kind of nice. So it kind of gives you the option, but you get to choose the damage type. I saw the video and I agree with the points, but I've seen videos of legit screen caps of the whole book. Yeah, I listen. I don't want to. I'm not playing with fire. People want to play with fire and get burnt. Let them. You know what? Maybe they'll get more clicks on theirs, but I know my channel is going to be safe at the end of the day. So if people want to do one-to-one comparison, let them do it. See what happens. Has anyone asked about the Goliath lore? No, no one has. They don't have a ton of lore text in here. We've got like a little section, right? Goliaths have physical characteristics that are reminiscent of giants in their family lines. For example, some Goliath looks like stone giants, others resemble fire giants. They forge their own path in the multiverse, unencumbered by internecine conflicts. I don't know. Have ravaged giantkind for ages, and they seek heights above those reached by their ancestors. So yeah, they basically have changed Goliaths that they now have. They all have a little bit. So they all get powerful build, right? Which is now advantage on any saving throw to end the grappled condition, and one size larger for carrying capacity. They all get large form, which is at 5th level. They can change their form to large size as a bonus action for 10 minutes. While they're in that large form, they have advantage on strength checks, and their speed increases by 10 feet. Once they use this, they can't use it again until they finish a long rest. So all Goliaths can get to large size. That is, again, a bonus action to activate 10 minutes. Advantage on strength checks and increase of movement speed by 10 feet. That's a thing that starts at level 5, though. And then the other thing is they get a giant ancestry feature. Oh, they start with 35 feet of movement base. So consider that, right? 35 movement feet base. They get a giant ancestry feature, which can be used a number of times equal to their proficiency bonus times per long rest. And that is based on the type of giant they are from. So they basically adjusted these to be Cloud, Fire, Frost, Hill, Stone, or Storm. I'm sure you can all guess that Stone Giant is basically what was the base Goliath feature, which was Stone's Endurance, which is that reaction to roll the d12 and add your con mod and reduce damage taken by that amount. That is still what is the Stone Giant feature. But Cloud Giants get a 30-foot teleport as a bonus action. Fire Giants get to, when they hit, deal an extra d10 fire damage. Frost Giants, when they hit, get to deal a d6 cold damage and cut the movement speed by 10 feet. This all looks very reminiscent to the feats that were added in Bigby's Guide to Giants or whatever it was called. Hill Giant is when you hit a large, you can basically, if you hit a large or smaller creature and deal damage, you can just knock it prone. What, for free? When you hit a large or smaller creature with an attack roll and deal damage, you can just knock it prone. No saving throw. Just if it's large or smaller, bam, prone. And then Storm is when you take damage from a creature within 60 feet, you can reactionary deal a d8 thunder damage to them. I like it. They don't get the resistance. So, right, Giants were getting cold resistance, or Goliaths were getting cold resistance as like a base feature, and they had that like acclimated to high altitudes. That's gone now. So you get this once proficiency bonus times per long rest activated ability. Always have advantage on ending the grapple condition and count as the size larger. And then at 5th level, you get the ability to make yourself a large form, and you have the boost to your movement speed. I don't know if it might actually be weaker overall. The resistance to cold damage all the time, that's an always useful thing. What does True Strike do? It is, to some extent, it is better than Booming Blade. I will agree. True Strike is huge, but True Strike is really only useful now if you're a class who does not have multiple attacks. So, let me explain. True Strike. It is Bard, Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard. It is an action. Okay? When you cast the spell, you can make an attack with a weapon, which is the material component, which is similar to Booming Blade and Green Flame Blade. The attack does not use your strength or dexterity. It will now use your casting stat, which is usually going to be more beneficial for a castery type. And it will either deal radiant damage or the weapon's normal damage type. As I mentioned earlier, instead of overcoming magical resistance, it will usually do an additional type. In this instance, it's going to deal radiant damage. Okay? And that radiant damage will scale as you level up. So it deals, additional radiant damage. An additional d6 at 5, 2d6 at 11, 3d6 at 17. So if you're hitting somebody with, say, a rapier, right? You have a rapier. You can do your rapier damage of a d8 plus your spellcasting mod, right? Because the weapon's damage and attack roll is tied to your spellcasting mod now. So you could choose to deal a d8 damage, if it's a rapier, plus your spellcasting mod in regular piercing damage or in radiant damage. If you're level 5, you can do that plus a d6 radiant damage. Level 11, that plus 2d6 radiant damage. And at 17, that plus 3d6 radiant damage. Okay? And then obviously if you crit, those damage numbers will increase. So that is a pretty significant buff to True Strike. However, if you have multiple attacks from some way and you don't have a means of doing an attack and a cantrip, then it will be less beneficial, right? So not that True Strike was super useful before, but like, so if you're a bard and you have one singular attack, oh, and the weapon is a weapon with which you have proficiency with. And it is not limited to melee. It can be done with a ranged weapon as well. Guided by, when you make an attack with the weapon, so it could be a short bow, could be a hand crossbow. So this has potential to be very powerful for those classes that have the ability to replace one of their attacks with a cantrip. So, for example, were you to be a Bladesinger, right, which you'd obviously have to be bringing Bladesinger from another book into this book, which is a whole thing. But if you were to do that and you were to have the level 6 Bladesinger feature, which is you can attack twice and you could replace one of those attacks with a cantrip, you could, in theory, use True Strike as one of those. Now, obviously, the trick would be you, like, in theory, your benefit is you're using your casting stat over that. So if you're, like, say, a bard and you only have, like, you pump your charisma up but don't have, like, great attack stat, you could just do this every time. Whereas, like, if you're, like, an Eldritch Knight fighter, it says you can, though. Oh, no. The attack uses your spellcasting ability modifier for attack and damage rolls instead of strength or dexterity. So you don't get to choose. You don't get to choose using strength or dex. You have to use your spellcasting stat. So if you're like a fighter, like an Eldritch Knight fighter, and your strength is very good, and your intelligence is only okay, you're going to actually be downgrading your to hit and your static damage to increase your potential damage with the dice, if that makes sense. So just something to consider. There's nuance to this. And then again, you can still choose radiant or otherwise. But it has a lot more legs behind it constantly. So the benefit of like Green Flame Blade and Booming Blade was you still made an attack roll, right? So if you had good dex or good strength, you were making an attack roll, but that was like part of the spell, but you were still using strength or dexterity. Whereas True Strike is using your spellcasting mod. So again, I still think it's way better in a lot of ways. I don't know if it outclasses Green Flame Blade and Booming Blade because they also have the additional riders of Green Flame Blade has the jumping damage and Booming Blade has the reactionary explosive damage if they move. So those are improvements, whereas True Strike just has extra damage. But True Strike is more generally useful to more people, I feel like. Whereas I think some of those other ones had a lot of crazy stuff you could do with other classes. I hope there's a very long-winded explanation, but I hope that helps. Question. Am I supposed to let the fighter apply both damage and weapon mastery effect? Or no, they're doing both. Am I supposed to let the fighter apply both damage and weapon mastery effect, or am I making the fighter make an either or? No, it's supposed to be both every time. That's the benefit of weapon mastery, right? So if you think about weapon mastery, it's to some extent, it's kind of like some of the cantrips, right? Like where you're cutting movement speed down. And like the rider of that will be that it'll tell you, right? So if it's like slow, right? Let's go to the page. Well, why don't I just read it? Well, instead of we just start like talking out our ass here, why don't we just read it? Okay. Each weapon has a mastery property which is usable only by a character who has a feature. Such a weapon mastery that unlocks property for the character. The properties are defined below, and it lists it out. If you hit a creature with this weapon and deal damage, it blah, blah, blah. That's basically what it says. So if I were to read, say, slow. If you hit a creature with this weapon and deal damage to it, you can reduce its speed by 10 feet until the start of your next turn. If the creature is hit more than once by weapons that have this property, the speed reduction doesn't exceed 10 feet. See, that's a clarification that was added from the Unearthed Arcana, because it was basically written in the Unearthed Arcana that if you did it, it wouldn't work. But in theory, you and your party, if you all had slow weapons, could essentially lock somebody down so they couldn't move. They have since improved it to say that if the creature is hit more than once by weapons that have this property, it still does not exceed 10 feet, meaning that you couldn't just basically lock someone in place. But yes, the nature of weapon mastery is that it applies all the time in addition to the damage. Did they fix Dragonborn? Yes. I mean, I'm sure you want more clarification, but I'm going to tell you, yes, they did. They gave Dragonborn pretty sizable benefits. I talked about this once before when I did the other video, but here's your deal, okay? First of all, rejoice, Dragonborn everywhere. You have dark vision canonically to 60 feet. It is officially in the book. You have draconic-based dark vision. So there you go. 60 feet of dark vision all the time. Fantastic. You're going to pick your dragon type, which is obviously much more specific because a lot of the art is showing you to be much more colored to be the dragon type. So you know the deal. Black gets you acid resistance and so on. So you pick whatever one you want. Your breath weapon's going to deal that kind of damage, and you're going to have resistance to that kind of damage. So this is a way for you to possibly get poison resistance or something else. Now, the big change is the way breath weapon is handled. First of all, when you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of your attacks with the breath weapon. So if you have multiple attacks, it can be part of an attack. Otherwise, it can just be your action. Here's the kicker. It is a 15-foot cone or a 30-foot line. You choose that shape each time you use the breath weapon. So you're not locked in to a 30-foot line or a 15-foot cone forever. You pick what is situationally best useful for you. 15-foot cone or 30-foot line each time you use it. In theory, if you have multiple attacks, you could do cone followed by line or double line or whatever you want by expending multiple uses of your breath weapon. It is a dexterity saving throw, regardless of the type of damage you're doing. So, rejoice, people who had cold-based breath weapons that used to use Constitution. It is now a dexterity saving throw for everybody who takes this damage, regardless of the damage type. It is keyed off your Constitution, though, so keep that in mind. On a failure, they take half damage. It starts off at a D10, and it increases by a D10 at cantrip scaling levels. So 2D10 at 5, 3D10 at 11, and 4D10 at level 17. And you can use this proficiency bonus times per long rest. And lastly, when you hit level 5, you can bust out some wings. As a bonus action, you can sprout spectral wings out your back for 10 minutes, non-concentration. And during that time, you have a fly speed equal to your movement. And you could use this once per long rest. I'd say that's a fix to the Dragonborn. Dark Vision. A breath weapon that can be used as part of an attack with you choosing the size and shape of the cone or line. The damage increases at cantrip scaling levels, and it is a D10 at base. So that's pretty solid. And at 5th level, you get a fly speed for 10 minutes per day. I'd say that's a win. How much healing does Cure Wounds do? Same as it did in the Unearthed Arcana, 2d8 plus your Spellcasting mod. And increases by 2d8 every level beyond there. Just confirming that for you. Yep. 2d8 plus your Spellcasting mod, and for an additional 2d8 for every level above 1. Same thing for Healing Word. It's 2d4. There you go. I totally get what you mean with spells making it less relevant. I happen to play in games where people think utility spell. Yeah. Quick question. Did they update the multi-class rules? Multi-class rules. Well, we talked a little bit about the update to Paladins and Rangers rounding up. Let's take a look about other stuff. Okay. Oh, maybe they did. Oh, I think they did. Yeah. Okay. Multiclassing. Oh, yeah. Okay. To qualify for a new class, you must have at least a 13 in the primary ability score of the new class. Okay. So there is a section that has primary ability scores listed out. Where is that? Is it the start of the chapter? Come on. Oh. Interesting. Okay. So primary ability scores are as follows. Barbarian is strength. Bard is charisma. Cleric and druid is wisdom. Fighter is strength or dex. Monk is dex and wisdom. Paladin is strength and charisma. Ranger is dex and wisdom. Rogue is dex. Sorcerer is charisma. Warlock's charisma. Wizard is intelligence. So now if you want to multi-class as a monk, you need to have 13 dex and wisdom. I don't know if that was always the case, but now it is. So 13 in those. Okay. Hit, that's all the same. Proficiency bonus is the same. Okay, proficiencies. When you gain your first level in a class other than your initial class, you gain only some of the new class's starting proficiencies as detailed in the class's descriptions. Oh, does it tell you in the class's descriptions? Oh, yeah. Okay, I didn't realize this. At the start of each class, it says as a multi-class character. So, like, if I'm looking at Bard, it says becoming a Bard. At level 1, you gain all the core Bard traits table, gain the Bard level 1 features. Then if it says as a multi-class character, gain the following traits from the core Bard table. Hit point die, proficiency in one skill of your choice, proficiency with one musical instrument of your choice, and training with light armor. Gain the Bard's level 1 features, which are listed in the Bard's features table. See the multi-class rules in Chapter 2 to determine your spell slots. Let's see, is there anything else? Armor class. If you have multiple ways to calculate your armor class, you can benefit from only one at a time. That's the same. Extra attack. If you gain the extra attack feature. Similarly, the Warlock's Thirsting Blade invocation would grant you extra attack. Doesn't stack. Yep, that's the same. Okay. Spell slots. As we said, the big one is that Ranger and Paladin now round up for the number to determine the spell slots. If you have the Pact Magic feature from the Warlock and the Spellcasting feature, you can use the spell slots you gain from Pact Magic to cast spells you've prepared from classes with the Spellcasting feature, and you can use the spell slots from those. Okay, so it's basically the same. It's just there's a little section at the beginning of each class that tells you if you're going to multi-class, what you get. So for Barbarian, for example, proficiency with martial weapons and training with shields. Yeah, okay. So that's about it. How heavily have the Goliath lore been rewritten? Have they been reduced to half-giants instead of giant-kin? I'm not entirely sure what that means, but I think I covered it, so I think we're okay. Well, we gave you what they had for Fizzbands. We gave you the Dragonborn. Are there any ranger spells that could help the class be more appealing? No. I mean, they get their ranger spells, right? And again, remember that they won't be people won't be able to take the ranger spells. But unfortunately, let's see. Is there anything that jump out? So Hunter's Mark, it's not even a ranger only spell because like Vengeance Paladins have it. Is Hail of Thorns? Hail of Thorns might be ranger only. Not that that's a huge deal breaker. Hail of Thorns, that's a ranger only spell. Not that it's super great, but it's there. And Snaring Strike, another one that's ranger only. Ensnaring Strike, but I still think Ancients Paladins get it. Warden of Arrows. Yeah. I don't think that's much better than it was. Conjure Barrage? Okay, Conjure Barrage, 60-foot cone, 5d8 force damage in a 60-foot cone. Oh, each creature of your choice, too. So Conjure Barrage isn't bad. You know, it's a 60-foot cone of 5d8 force damage, and you can choose the people to be affected by it. 60-foot cone is not a small distance, so that's pretty good for a 3rd level spell. Lightning Arrow. Bonus action. Oh, they made it kind of like a smite now. Bonus action, which you take immediately after hitting or missing a target with a ranged weapon attack. As your attack hits or misses, the weapon or ammunition transforms into a lightning bolt. Instead of taking any damage or other effect from the attack, the target takes 48 lightning damage on a hit or half on a miss. Each creature within 10 feet of the target must make a dex save and take 2d8 lightning damage. I don't know. Don't think so. Grasping Vine's a druid spell. They do get Steelwind Strike, which is nice. It is a 5th level spell, though, which is only Ranger and Wizard get Steelwind Strike, which is nice. I'll give him that. But you also don't get, like, 5th level Ranger spells to, like, what, level 17? Swift Quiver. See, again, that's the problem, too, right? There's a lot of these. It's. When do you get 5th level spells as a Ranger? 17. So you get Swift Quiver, which is as a bonus action, and every turn after as a concentration, you can make 2 attacks with a weapon that fires arrow bolts, so like a longbow or crossbow. It deals damage like a non-magical piece of ammunition of its kind and disintegrates. So basically, Swift Quiver is going to let you make 2 attacks as a bonus action on top of whatever you're going to do as your action. And then you have Conjure Volley. Which is a 150-foot range, 40-foot radius, 20-foot high cylinder of 8d8 force damage. I don't, like, that's okay, but it's a 5th level spell slot, so I don't see any spells that, like, super jump out at me. Oh, Cordon of Arrows, did I mention that one? Oh, yeah, no, it wasn't. Till the spell ends, the ammunition can't be physically uprooted. You basically stick it in the ground. 4 things. When a creature other than you enters a space within 30 feet, the ammunition flies at them, and they must make a dex save or take 2d4 piercing damage. I'm not seeing it, personally. Do you have to rewrite your prepared spells over and over and over again on your character sheet, or do you fill in a bubble like the 2014 character sheet? Well, the character sheet that's in here is only 2 pages. So I'm assuming when they make the PDF, there might be a better one for spells. So it's got spell slots at the top, And it has like levels with the little bubbles to fill in. I don't particularly like the spell section, actually. It seems way too small. I'll be honest, I don't like this at all. I really do not like the character sheet. So I hate when they put the skills with the ability score. I don't like that at all. And that's what they did, right? So it's like, it'll have like dexterity, and you'll have your modifier and your score, and then the little bubble for proficiency and saving throw, and then below it'll have like acrobatics, sleight of hand, stealth. I hate that. I think it's messy. I like the 2014 players or character sheet way better. I do not like this character sheet at all. I think it sucks, to be completely honest with you. I get that they're trying to seemingly make it more streamlined and cut down on the number of pages. I don't like it at all. 2 questions. What is your favorite piece of art? What 2 to 3 subclasses do you most want that weren't included? Excellent question. My favorite piece of art is, I think one of them has to be the shape change art, which is the one that was making its rounds, which is the bearded beholder fighting the wizard Bahir. I think we can kind of just showcase this real quick. You guys have seen this one, right? I love that piece of art. Sorry, I hit my mic. I think it's fantastic. Let me just knock something over. I think it's really good. I like it a lot. I think it's just so goofy. And what subclasses do I most want that weren't included? So the tricky part is, so I'd say a lot of the newer subclasses that have been released got, they are okay. Like, say, like the Forge Domain Cleric, for example, probably could be ported over as is with no changes. But there are some classes that really need like a severe upgrade and like passing over to be like improved. Also, some of these classes have like features that are negated by the nature of the updates to the rules. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, fans of either Critical Role or the Grave Domain Cleric, but like one of the benefits of the Grave Domain Cleric was that like Spare the Dying, you could cast it as like you could cast it at a distance, I think. Right? So Spare the Dying now as the cantrip, as you level up, increases the distance you can cast it at. So like Spare the Dying is a 15-foot range now base. And when you hit level 5, you can cast Spare the Dying after 30 feet, 60 feet at 11th level, and 120 feet at 17th level. So like that's a little feature that was part of like a base class or like a subclass feature that now isn't super useful because like the spell does some of that, you know what I mean? So there's some instances of that where it's like I'd love to see what they're going to do to make that more interesting now. But back to your original point, stuff that I would love to see. I'd love to see what they could do with an improved necromancer wizard, because I have always felt that there is not a good quality necromancer in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. It just, the necromancer wizard that exists in the Player's Handbook 2014 is trash. So I'd love to see that updated. I have a personal love for Tempest Cleric, so I'd love to see Tempest Cleric get an update. And then I'll probably pull one from like left field as some of these ones that are absolutely forgotten. I really liked the Long Death Monk from the Sword Coast Adventurers Guide. That one is like utterly forgotten. That and like the Battle Rager Barbarian from the Sword Coast Adventures Guide. I'd love to see those updated. They absolutely will not get updated. I'm positive of that. But I'd love to see it. So the real question that I haven't heard anyone talk about is, once Project Sigil launches, will it allow you to toggle the 2014 rules? I'm going to say probably not, but who knows? We don't really know. What does the new Wish spell look like? Okay, Wish. It is largely the same with some added clarifications. let's go ahead and tell you. Okay, it does have multiple pages. So I'm going to pull up Wish from 2014, and I'll tell you what's different. All right, here we go. Wish. All right, same. Okay, so it's a little cleaner to read. It says it can duplicate any 8th level or lower spell. Alternatively, you can choose some of the following effects. Okay? Still create a non-magical object of 25,000 gold pieces that can be no more than 300 feet in any dimension. That's the same. You can allow yourself and up to 20 creatures to regain all hit points and end all effects as if the Greater Restoration spell. That's the same. Permanently grant resistance to 10 creatures of a damage type that you choose. That is still the same. Grant up to 10 creatures immunity to a single spell or other magical effect for 8 hours. That is the same. Now, there is sudden learning. This is new. You replace one of your feats with another feat for which you are eligible. You lose all the benefits of the old feat and gain the benefits of the new one. You can't replace a feat that is a prerequisite for any of the other feats you have. Roll redo. You undo a single recent event by forcing a reroll of any die roll made within the last round, including your last turn. Reality reshapes itself to accommodate the new result. For example, a wish spell could undo an ally's failed saving throw or a foe's critical hit. You can force the reroll to be made with advantage or disadvantage, and you choose whether to use the reroll or the original roll. So that one's new. And then they have reshape. Well, like they kind of had that listed in the other one, but it was like you undo a recent event. And then they also have this other one here that is called Reshape Reality. Okay? You wish for the effects. You may wish for something not included in any of these other effects. To do so, state your wish to the DM as precisely as possible. They have great latitude in ruling what occurs. The greater the wish, the greater the likelihood that something goes wrong. It might fail. The effect you desire might only be achieved in part. And they give, for example, wishing that the villain were dead might propel you forward in time to a point when the villain is no longer alive, effectively removing them from the game. Effectively removing you from the game. Similarly, wishing for a legendary magic item or an artifact might instantly transport you to the present of the item's current owner. If your wish would affect a god, the god's divine servants might instantly intervene to prevent it or encourage you to craft the wish in a particular way. If your wish would undo the multiverse itself, threaten the city of Sigil, or affect a lady in pain in any way, you see an image of her in her mind for a moment, she shakes her head, and your wish fails. And then it does still have, like, the potential side effects, right? You take, after enduring the stress, each time you cast a spell, you must finish a long rest or take a d10 necrotic damage per level of that spell. Your strength score becomes 3 for 2d4 days. For each of those days that you spend resting and doing nothing, you recover your strength score by 2. Or, sorry, your remaining recovery time decreases by 2 days. And there's the 33% chance that you can never cast it again. So, there you go. Pretty much the same, just a little clarification there. How does Oath of Ancients level 15 feature Undying Sentinel work now? Do you still become immune to dying from old age? Excellent question. Let us find out. I don't remember off the top of my head. The Ancients. Yep, you can't be magically aged, and you cease visibly aging. This is what it says. Did the improved jump spell get in? If you're referring to the Unearthed Arcana one, yes, it did. I'll read it, but yes, it's, from what I recall, it's exactly the same as the Unearthed Arcana. A lot of the stuff made its way through, right? Bonus action, 1 minute, not concentration. Touch a willing creature. till the spell ends. That creature can jump 30 feet by spending 10 feet of movement, and upcasting it allows you to pick an additional creature for each level above 1. Have they changed Counterspell? If you mean from the Unearthed Arcana, no. If you mean from 2014, yes. So, as many of you know, Counterspell got a massive nerf. I don't necessarily agree with this, but it is what it is. So, it still triggers off a reaction, still 60 feet. The creature now makes a Constitution saving throw. And on a failure, the spell dissipates with no effect, and the action, bonus action, or reaction used to cast it was wasted. If the spell was cast with a spell slot, that slot isn't expended. So that's the trick, right? If it was cast with like a class feature or a magic item, that is expended. But if it was cast with a spell slot, you don't lose the slot, which kind of sucks. I think their goal is that the goal of Counterspell is to stop somebody from doing something, but it stops them from doing it for that turn. There also is no upcasting of Counterspell to increase your odds, if that makes sense. Right? You used to be able, because it used to be like a roll based on the level of spell, and then you used to cast it from a higher level slot to guarantee the chance that it would work. Now it's just a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC, level 3 spell. And if they fail the con save, they just basically waste the turn casting that spell, attempting to cast it. You still spend your spell slot, mind you, to stop them from casting it on that turn, and they essentially waste whatever action was required to cast said spell. They could still do it again next turn because that slot wasn't expended if it was using a spell slot. I don't love it. That is what it is. That's what that is now. Do you think we will see a 1 D&D Ranger revised in the UA? No. All right, I'll give you one. I mentioned it to some people. So we were at the press conference, right? And like, is this the one? Yeah. So it's like you can see there's some signature. This is Jeremy Crawford's signature. People were going around getting their books signed, and I was standing next to somebody who was getting Jeremy to sign their book, and I was like, well, what the hell? I'll get him to sign mine. Because I'm here. And he's signing this person's book. Don't know who this person is, signing their book. And Jeremy's signing, and everybody's chatting, having a good time. And the guy says, so I wanted to talk to you about the Ranger. And his marker stops. And he's signing. And I see him like freeze. And then the guy says, I really love all the changes you made to the Ranger. And then his audible response was, oh? And then he kept going, and then immediately was just like, yeah, it's totally badass. But I was like, in that moment, he paused because he was getting ready to defend himself, and then was shocked that the person said they liked it, and there was an audible noise. There were other people that witnessed this, but take that with a grain of salt. That, I think, speaks volumes, but either way. Do you think Arcane Interruption not making it from the UA will hurt Sorcerer? It seemed like a great class exclusive spell. You know what? I honestly forgot what Arcane Interruption is. So we're going to go look it up because I don't remember. Arcane Interruption. Turning magical energy explodes in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose. Oh, this was basically like their damage choosing fireball, right? When you cast a spell, select a type of damage dealt by it: acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, psychic, or thunder. Each creature must make a dex save. Take 66 damage of the chosen type. Choose one of those d6s. The number rolled on the die determines a condition that applies if they fail the save. Incapacitated, blinded, frightened, poison, charmed, deafen. Yeah, that was a pretty cool one. There is a new spell that I don't think was in the Unearthed Arcana that was pretty neat, called Arcane Vigor. Let me find it. Yeah, so there is this new spell called Arcane Vigor, which I really like. It is a 2nd level spell for sorcerers and wizards. It is a bonus action, and as a bonus action, you can either choose to roll 1 or 2 of your unexpended hit point dice, and you regain hit points equal to the number rolled, the roll total plus your spellcasting mod. And if you upcast it, you can expend hit dice by 1, increase the number of hit die you roll by 1 for each spell slot above level 2. It's not huge, but it's a way for a sorcerer or wizard to get a little bit of self-healing, which is kind of nice. So I like it. And it's a bonus action. Question, can stunned characters move now? Excellent question. Let's go look up the stunned condition. You have the incapacitated condition, which states you can't take any action, bonus action, or reaction. Can't speak. If you're incapacitated when you roll initiative, you have disadvantage on the roll. Concentration is broken. So, yeah, I guess a stunned creature can technically still move. You automatically fail strength and dex saving throws. Attack rolls against you have advantage. Yeah. Guess you still can move. Do Hail of Thorns, Conjure Volley, and Barrage no longer work with thrown weapons? Well, I think the Conjure spells don't really do much at all, really. Conjure Barrage, melee or ranged weapon. Conjure Volley, melee or ranged weapon. So they're both listed for both. Hail of Thorns. Bonus action when you immediately when you take which you take immediately after hitting a creature with a ranged weapon is how Hail of Thorns is listed. Boy, I'm just getting to rigidity of background comments. Oh boy, it's been a bit. I know the spell lists the classes that can take them in the spell section, but do they happen to mention when certain subclasses can take the spells? Do they? No, they do not. They did not say, like, if a subclass gets access to it. Because it would say then for something like Hunter's Mark that Oath of the Ancients Paladin would, or Oath of Vengeance Paladin would get it. Right, let's take a look. Pretty sure it doesn't, but no, does not. So origin feats are watered down starting feats, yes. The difference between an origin feat and a regular feat is origin feats do not grant you an ability score improvement of any kind. However, every other feat does. So if you recall, there were feats that you could get in 2014. Some of them would give you a +1 to an ability score. Some of them wouldn't. Everything that's not an origin feat gives you at least a +1 to an ability score of your choice. So the following feats are origin feats: Alert, Crafter, Healer, Lucky, Magic Initiate, Musician, Savage Attacker, Skilled, Tavern Brawler, and Tough. Everything else gives you a +1 to at least gives you a +1 to an ability score with some parameters of the choice. So everything else gives you a +1 to an ability score. That's the difference between an origin feat and a non-origin feat. And the reason why is that they wanted to keep the background, they wanted to keep the pre-level ability score improvements to just +2, +1, or +1, +1, +1. Because in theory, if there was no restriction to origin feats, you'd have your +2, +1 from your background. You'd have a potential +1 from your background feat, and then human would also get another feat that could get them +1. So in theory, a human could start with +2, +2, +1. But that's why they changed origin feats to just be ones that don't include ability score improvements. So that way you can get, you can not have like extreme balance issues right out the gate from character creation. It seems that some changes with tools in the 2024 version, artisan tools and musical instruments, have there been added changes to any other tool sets, such as gaming sets? Linguist doesn't exist in this book, so there you go. Let's take a look at your tools, because you were asking about tools. I'm not entirely sure what you're getting at. There seems to have been some changes with tools. Artisan tools and musical instruments. Have there been added changes to any of the other tool sets? Let's look. Gaming tools. I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at, but basically all tools now have some things that they can do. Some of this was from Xanathar's guide, I think. All tools have an ability score tied to them now. They all have a utilize action, which is something you can do. Again, a utilize action is when you're using a non-magical item. It is separate from your object interaction. And then they all have lists of things that you can craft with them. And some of them have variants, if that makes sense, I think. Or did they get rid of the variants? Oh, here it is. If the entry appears if the tool has variants which are listed. Okay. I could have sworn there were some that said variants, but I don't actually see any now. What? Whoa, hold on. Oh, okay. Never mind. I see them. So, if we were to say pull your musical instrument, as you mentioned, it will say the ability tied to a musical instrument is charisma. The utilize actions are for the following: to play a known tune is a DC 10, or to improvise a song is a DC 15. The variants would be the variety of different musical instruments that you could choose from. Same thing with a gaming set. It has wisdom as its ability score. Its utilize action is to discern if someone is cheating, which is a DC 10, or to win the game, DC 20. And the variants are the different types: dice, dragon chess, and so on. I'll grab you one other one. Let's go with Tinker's Tools, right? Dexterity is the ability score. The utilize action is assemble a tiny item composed of scrap, which falls apart in a minute. That's DC 20. And the things you can craft with those are musket, pistol, bell, bullseye lantern, flask, hooded lantern, hunting trap, lock, manacles, mirror, shovel, signal whistle, tinderbox. So there's a little bit of a better idea of how like the crafting works, because each thing has like stuff specifically outlined that it can do. Again, Linguist didn't make it. What changes would I make to the Ranger to make it playable? That's going to be a whole separate video. But the big ones would be just change Hunter's Mark to not be... I just wouldn't make the entire class feature around Hunter's Mark. But if you're going to do the most basic thing is make it not concentration and make it part of the attack action to activate it. Basically follow exactly what Cobalt Press did with Mystic Mark. It's way better. Do you think the project sigil will lock in the 2024 rules or allow 2014? I don't know one way or another. We kind of mentioned it at some point earlier, but I'm just catching up on older comments. Forced March is not new. Forced March has been since 2014. It's in the 2014 Player's Handbook. I'm assuming Project Sigil is going to lock you into 2024. But yes, Forced March is from the start. Nobody just remembers it because nobody ever looks at the Adventuring Day or any of that kind of stuff, because exploration is kind of the lost third aspect of D&D 5e. Is Hunter's Mark able to be prepared for free / always available, or is it possible to just not take it? No, you kind of have to take it as a ranger, because so many of your features are built into it. So at level 1, you always have Hunter's Mark spell prepared. You can cast it twice without spending a spell slot. And basically, you can end up casting it up to a total of 6 times per day. It basically matches your proficiency bonus. It's how many times you can cast it per day without expending a spell slot. And then you can obviously still cast it with spell slots if you wanted to. Oh, what is this? Stop it. Oh, my mouse is doing a stupid thing. There we go. The hell? Okay. This might be answered by the time it gets to me, but I'm mostly curious what level of guidance, if any, the book gives for adapting specific subclasses to updated classes. Yeah, I don't think there was too much on that. We talked a little bit about backgrounds from other books. Did it give you much else? See. Backgrounds and species from other books. Hmm. I don't see. See, I thought I remember there being something about older sections. Hmm. I don't see too much. They have a. I don't think the index or the rules glossary will give us too much on older stuff like conversion. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. I don't see much. Since Warlock plus level 6 spell do not use a spell slot, so this means it does not count as one of your spell slots and other further use of the pack spell around and around. Read that again. So yeah, Chris, I don't see much, like I said, in the a way of using subclasses from older books. Um, it's weird that I don't like see a lot on that. Maybe I'm missing it somewhere, but I don't actually see like specific rules on how to do that. Um, let's see. Um, if you read the 2014 version, much of this book will feel similar, but the book contains many newer redesigned elements, and the version of things in this book replace versions from older books. If you can't find a rule, check the index. If a rule's name is changed from what was printed in 2014 Player's Handbook, the index points you to the new example. For example, if you're looking up inspiration, it says heroic inspiration. Yeah. Basically, it just says if there's something new, in this book. It replaces what was in the old book. But I don't think they have. I didn't see specific guidance on like upgrading a subclass. Basically, just gotta switch stuff around, I guess. Essentially, move the subclass to level 3 because they're all set at level 3, and then use the new base class is kind of the general idea. Since Warlock plus 6 level spell do not use a spell slot, so this means it does not could as one of your spell slots, and other than for use that with pack in a spell in a round. I'm really having a hard time interpreting what that actually says. I think what you're trying to say is because it doesn't use a spell slot, could you cast it more than once in a round? I think is what you're getting at. Let's go and look up spells and see what it says. I think I get what you're saying because it's not okay. Casting without slots. So there are several ways to cast a spell without a spell slot. Cantrips, rituals, special abilities. Some characters and monsters have special abilities that allow them to cast spells without a specific spell slot. This casting is usually limited in another way, such as being able to cast a limited number of times per day. Okay. One spell with a spell slot per turn. On a turn, you can expend only one spell slot to cast a spell. This rule means you can't, for example, cast a spell with a spell slot using the magic action and another using a bonus action on the same turn. Reaction and bonus action triggers. A spell that has a casting time of a reaction is cast in response to a trigger that is defined in the spell's casting time entry. Some spells that have a casting time of a bonus action are also cast in response to a trigger defined in the spell. Okay. So what you're saying, my understanding, sorry, I'm making a cup of coffee, as my throat is killing me right now, and I need some sort of drink of some kind, and coffee seems like the best call. All right. So what you're saying is because of the fact that it specifically states that Pact Magic is not using a spell slot, and the rule here states only one spell with a spell slot per turn, technically you could cast a spell with a spell slot and a level 6+ spell as a Warlock because it doesn't use a spell. That's kind of a cool thing for Warlocks. Give them a little bit of a buff. Here's the thing. It needs to be a bonus action. One of them needs to be a bonus action. So what do we have? There's a level 6+ Warlock spells here. Ignore that. That's my coffee maker in the background. I mean, that means you could do things like Armor of Agathys as a spell slot, and then some other higher level spell or Misty Step or what have you. So honestly, that seems like a little buff for the Warlock. So I give him the buff. I take it. Thank you, Agile Monk. Thanks for having Noah on again. I love him as our special TTRPG lawyer. Hell yeah. Thank you, Agile Monk. Appreciate that. I assume they don't want players to just create backgrounds with any ASIs and feats they want. Has the loading property of weapons changed? Great question. Let us find out. I don't believe so. I think it's the same. You can only fire one piece of ammunition from a loading weapon when you use an action, a bonus action, or reaction to fire it, regardless of the number of attacks you may normally take. So, having not actually looked at the loading property in years, seems like no, the loading property is the same. Yeah, Armor of Agathys plus 2d4 plus 4 false life from invocation. Yes, but here's the thing. Temporary hit points don't stack. So, to that question from earlier, if you roll 2 1s on your invocation from false life, sure, you'll have 6 temporary hit points as opposed to 5 from Armor of Agathys. But since temporary hit points don't stack, you choose which one you take. So if you roll max damage, or max healing, I guess, on False Life and get a total of 12, then you have 12 temporary hit points as opposed to whatever Armor of Agathys gave you. It's basically, it's not resetting your temporary hit points, if that makes sense. So I think it's a general boon for Armor of Agathys that as long as you have temporary hit points, like while that spell is active, you get the benefit of it. If that's, I don't think that was the intention, to be honest, but that is how it reads. Let's keep going. Musician is the new lucky, so yeah, lots taking it, yeah. Everyone is a farmer, at least historically accurate. True. Closest thing to a folk hero, yep. Man, we're just getting to this stuff now. I'm sorry, folks. I'm just going through like in order of asking questions. If you're playing a species that isn't in the new PHB and using an old background, the only thing you have to do is give yourself a feat, really. Pretty much, yeah. That's basically what it comes down to. Now, the new Warlock evocation for False Life, where you get max temp HP from False Life, is going to be a cool combo. Yeah, let's take a look at that, because I think that, you know, I was reading what you said about the 2d4, and I'm pretty sure you're right. It does. What the heck is it called? Fiendish Vigor. You cast the False Life spell on yourself without expending a spell slot. When you cast this spell with this feature, you don't roll the temporary hit points. You just get the highest amount. And False Life, for those of you who are curious, is officially written as 2d4 plus 4. And you gain 5 additional temporary hit points for each spell slot above 1. So, and again, you cast it without expending a spell slot. But that means you're always casting it at the base level, as far as I can tell. So you could always have 12 temporary hit points for free and have an early, like, so that's the thing. Like, when you cast Armor of Agathys, you're casting it at whatever the Warlock casting level is, because, right, you're upcasting, because that's how it works. So when you hit level 9, you're casting Armor of Agathys with a 9th level slot, or with a 5th level slot, my mistake. Which means you're going to have 25 temporary hit points and deal 25 points of damage if somebody hits you. So if they eat all that temporary hit points, it's gone. Now, granted, if you get knocked down less than 12, you could false life yourself back up to 12, but they're not stacking. So, like, it's cool if you have a cool means of getting a lot of temporary hit points. Then it's very useful. I think ASI and feats will be the most switched to most, yeah. Does Fey Wanderer add their wisdom to any charisma D20 test or just skill test? I will tell you in just a sec. Fey Wanderer. Whenever you make a charisma check, that's odd. See, this is one of these ones where I feel like they just had like leftover language. Whenever you make a charisma check, you gain a bonus equal to your wisdom modifier. That should probably say charisma ability check, because there isn't, and like that, the way they've altered it, that's like kind of how it reads. But yes, it's just charisma check. Eldritch Knight, Swamp Magic Initiate Wizard as a feat. True. Why would... Okay, everyone be laughing until the party has 2 levels of exhaustion. The ranger sleeps it off in a day. Yeah, you're right. And that's my point, and I will continue to drive this home, that that's the coolest piece of design in the entirety of the ranger, is the tireless feature. And it's not even new, right? It's existed since Tasha's Cauldron. But, like, it really was starting to, like just tap into the benefit of what the ranger could have been. And I wish we could have gotten more clever design like that. Did they change the language of long rest to include resting in the wild or a dungeon? Well, let's look up long rest. Long rest. A period of extended downtime, at least 8 hours, available to any creature. During a long rest, you must sleep for at least 6 hours and perform no more than 2 hours of light activity such as reading, talking, eating, or standing watch. During your sleep, you have the unconscious condition. After you finish a long rest, you must wait at least 16 hours before you can take another one. To start a long rest, you must have at least 1 hit point when you finish the rest. You regain all lost hit points and all spent hit dice. All spent hit dice. You don't get half back. You get them all now on a long rest. But that's a huge change. And that might have been in the Unearthed Arcana. I just don't remember it. So long rest gets you all your hit points, all your hit dice, and your hit point maximum was reduced. It returns to normal. If any of your ability scores were reduced, they return to normal. Your exhaustion level decreases by 1, and some special features are recharged in a long rest. A long rest is stopped by the following interruptions: rolling initiative, casting a spell other than a cantrip, taking any damage, 1 hour of walking or other physical exertion. If you rested at least 1 hour before the interruption, you gain the benefits of a short rest. You can resume a long rest immediately after an interruption. If you do so, the rest requires 1 additional hour per interruption to finish. I really like the adjustments and the clarifications to long rest. It just makes things so much easier, in my opinion. What has changed about dual wielding? It was pretty bad. Not much. I think dual wielding is pretty much exactly the same. The benefit is if you have weapon mastery. Right? That's the big deal. Let's see. Light weapon property. Okay, right? When you take the attack action on your turn and attack with a light weapon, you can make 1 extra attack as a bonus action later on the same turn. The extra attack must be made with a different light weapon, and you don't add your ability modifier to the extra attack's damage unless that modifier is negative. For example, you can attack with a short sword in one hand and a dagger in the other using the attack action and a bonus action, but you don't add your strength or dexterity modifier to the damage roll of the bonus action unless the modifier is negative. However, if you have the Nick property, when you take the extra attack of the light property, you can make it as part of the attack action instead of as a bonus action. You can do this only once per turn, which means if you're dual wielding and you are attacking, do your 1 attack, you can do like a double strike, right? Imagine like a Legolas style double strike. So the main hand and offhand, you can do it as part of the same action, which means you could, if you had extra attack, make an attack and the bonus action attack with the Nick property, and then still make an attack with your bonus action, I believe. Although, when you take the attack action on your turn and attack with a light weapon, you can make 1 extra attack as a bonus action. And this is saying you can make it as part of the attack action. So I think you don't. I thought maybe you could get an extra bonus action attack in there, but I think it's designed that you can't do that. I think it's designed that you can just take it as part of the action, so you'll have your bonus action. So it's more or less the same. It's just the weapon mastery properties can alter things. Scroll up so I don't figure out where I'm at. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. I missed a bunch. Hang on. Thank you, Druxus the Mage. I saw your $1 there. Appreciate it. Okay. Oh boy. I missed a lot. We might have to switch to slow mode so we can catch up. Okay. Are there any new beasts from the last PHB? Yes, there are. Josiah Dungeon Dad did a whole video a while back in like May or June on the Sphinx of Wonder. Most of the new beasts are additional options for Warlock find familiars. There's a Slod Tadpole. That's in there. Slod Tadpole, Sphinx of Wonder. Those are probably like the 2 new ones that jump out to me. Does the new PHB show what is new or what has been changed? No, it does not. We're going to have to do that if you want to know what's different from 2014. Yeah. Let's see. Do Fey Pact lock with Goliath Cloud Giant at level 3. Okay, hang on. We're getting specific here. Do Fey Pact lock with Goliath Cloud Giant at level 3. If you have an 18 charisma, you get 5 free Misty Steps a day, although the Cloud Giant doesn't count as Misty Steps. I believe what you're saying is true. Let's find out. Where is the Archfey? You get Misty Step without spending a spell slot a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. Yeah. Oh, interesting. So, I wonder, because of the thing we were just talking about spell slots, because Steps of the Fae for the Archfey patron says you can cast Misty Step without expending a spell slot, that technically is you casting a spell, but the limitation is casting a spell with a slot. Therefore, this does not use a slot. Ipso facto, you can Misty Step with Archfey patron ability at level 3 and still cast an action spell, as far as I can tell. And it doesn't have to be limited to a cantrip. Because the limitation was with a slot, and cantrips don't cost a slot, which is how that works. So interesting. That may be part of that too. And yes, I believe you would be correct. Is vehicle, land, or sea still on tool proficiencies? Notice that sailor and merchant backgrounds don't have them. Excellent question. You guys are pulling out stuff that I would never have even paid attention to. Tool proficiencies. Yeah, I'm not seeing vehicles. I see navigator's tools. They may have ditched vehicle proficiencies entirely. Let's see. Let me look in the index if it has anything on vehicle proficiencies. It just references vehicle twice. It says vehicle 229. Yeah, I think those are gone. So I think that answers that. What do you think of the Wizards changes? I think Wizards. I mean, I said it before, and people gave me shit for it, but I like the Wizard changes. But I still think they don't have like a cool like. Warlocks and sorcerers have so much cooler like cool things that they can do, and like Wizards' cool thing is we have a lot of spells, and I don't know, is that really like a thing? You know what I mean? Like that's nice, but it's not like a cool like sorcerers can just have a thing that just boosts their saving throws, like their spell saves. They just jump it up, or like flat out get advantage on attack rolls. Just a thing they can self initiate, which is really cool. And like special spells and all this other stuff. And warlocks have invocations and all these other things. And wizards are like, we can kind of look at a book a little bit and maybe switch a spell on a short rest, which during the Unearthed Arcana was a minute. Now it's a short rest. So it's kind of a bummer for the wizard. But other than that, the other changes, what they did get is nice. Are the telekinetic and telepathic feats in the book? Yes, they both are. Yeah, the modify spell was really nice. Just finish catching up the double speed. Okay, species is the best. Which one? I do think Dragonborn got a pretty big glow up. I like the so what I don't like is that some things have options and other things don't. So like elf, when you look at elf, you choose drow, high elf, or wood elf, right? 3 different options, and it gives you different things. But then you just have dwarf, right? No options. Halfling is just halfling. Goliath, you choose a giant type. You know what I mean? Tiefling, you have 3 different options. So it's just an odd thing. I do like that dwarf have you know, they basically just distill down the best versions, right? A lot of people got boosted dark vision, right? So dwarves have 120 feet of dark vision now. They still get the resistance to poison damage and advantage on saving throws against the poison condition. They get the dwarven toughness of an extra hit point per level. And then, because like I told you, no more armor or weapon proficiencies tied to species anymore, their updated version of Stone Cunning is as a bonus action for 10 minutes, they can give themselves 60 feet of tremor sense, which is pretty cool. So I like that. Let's see. Elf is pretty good. Dark vision is 60 feet. You get advantage on the saving throws to avoid or end the charmed condition. You get either insight, perception, or survival skill. Magic can't put you to sleep. You don't need to sleep. You get the 4-hour long rest with trance. And then you get different benefits, right? So if you choose Wood Elf, you get the boosted movement speed and, you know, Druid Craft. And then at level 3, you get Long Strider, and 5, you get Pass Without Trace. Drow get boosted Dark Vision out to 120 feet, and then again, Dancing Lights, Fairy Fire, Darkness. High Elf gets Prestidigitation. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can replace that with any other wizard's cantrip you'd like. And then Detect Magic, Misty Step. And again, another thing you'll see across the board is any of these that grant you a spell. They can be cast like once for free without expending a spell slot, and then also with your spell slots. And then I'm gonna stick. I'm in for my humans, man. Humans. Heroic Inspiration whenever you finish a long rest. Skill of your choice. Origin feat. Super solid. Right? And because you're not dealing with variant human and all that other nonsense, you can still get a +2/+1. You get your origin feat from your background. You get an origin feat from being a human. You still get 1 extra skill proficiency of your choice. And then every day you start with inspiration. Every time you finish a long rest. It's pretty solid in my opinion. Yes, you can still do Dragon, Sorcerer, Dwarf. Yep. Does the Enlarge spell text specify if it stacks with the Goliath large ability? Let's take a look. I don't think it specifies. For the duration, the spell enlarges or reduces a creature or an object you can see. Enlarge, the target size increases by 1 category. So if the Goliath was already large size from their Goliath ability, Enlarge would make them go from large to huge. They also have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. The target's attacks within its enlarged weapons or unarmed strikes deal an extra d4. So unfortunately, that doesn't change. It doesn't like go up for like 2d4. It's just you deal an extra D4 damage when you're enlarged size. So that's all it does. Let's see. Valor Bard with Font of Moonlight, then True Strike. Does Summon Undead really no longer allow a save against fear/paralysis? Okay. Summon Undead. Alright. Does it really no longer allow a save against fear or paralysis? I'm not sure what that means, but manifest in non-occupied space you can see. Ghostly, putrid, skeletal. What is it? Fear, paralysis. Poison. Oh, okay. So I think what you're referring to is the Rotting Claw ability. So what it says is Festering Aura, which only is present on the Putrid variant. Any creature that starts its turn within 5 feet of the spirit must make a Constitution saving throw. If they fail, they have the poisoned condition until the start of their next turn. Rotting Claw, the ability, does slashing damage. If the target has the poisoned condition, it has the paralyzed condition until the end of its next turn. So, if it has been poisoned in any way, and it is a putrid form summon undead and it hits them, it automatically paralyzes. No save. So I believe that's what you're referring to, and that is in fact how that works. Font of Moonlight is that the cantrip? I believe it's a cantrip. Let's see. Nope, this is the level 4 spell. Font of Moonlight is a bard and druid spell, level 4, concentration up to 10 minutes. Cool light wreathes your body. Shed out light. Until the spell ends, you have resistance to radiant damage, and your melee attacks deal an extra 2d6 radiant damage on a hit. In addition, immediately after you take damage from a creature within 60 feet, you can use your reaction to force them to make a saving throw, and if they fail, they're blind until the end of your next turn. It's not a bad spell. Yeah. I don't mind it. What do you think of no saving throws to weapon mastery effects? I like it, personally. Some of them have saving throws, so don't like count them all as not having saving throws. Granted, to your point, some of them don't. Let's see. Cleave does not. Graze does not. Oh, did they get rid of? Oh no, Topple has a saving throw. Topple, they need to make a Constitution saving throw or fall prone. But like push, it's only large or smaller creatures, regardless of your size. I really don't mind it. Casters get so much cool stuff. It's good to give the marshals a little bit of tactical stuff, so I'm down. Thank you again, Agile Monk. I love having Noah on. I love to get to talk about stuff. Unfortunately, it's usually under bad circumstances that we chat, but still. Could an Eldritch Knight add great weapon feat damage to True Strike? That's a great question. Let's look up Great Weapon Master. If the weapon was heavy, yes. When you hit a creature with the weapon that has the heavy property as part of the attack action on your turn, you can cause it to deal extra damage. As far as I can tell, the way True Strike is written, make one attack with the weapon. Yeah. As long as the weapon is a heavy weapon, I don't see why True Strike and Great Weapon Master wouldn't work together. Does wearing heavy armor still have strength requirements and penalties? Another excellent question. Let's learn. Those weapons, armor. There is strength requirements. So, if the table shows a strength score in the strength column for an armor type, that armor reduces the wearer's speed by 10 feet unless the wearer has strength score equal to or higher the strength score listed. So that's it. You just cut your movement speed by 10 if you don't have the... And only 3 armors have it, right? Chainmail is 13 and Splint and Plate is 15. So, there you go. So if a weapon damage is reduced to 0 through resistances, does the weapon mastery ability not activate? Depending on the thing, yeah. No, not all of them. So some of them say if you hit and deal damage. Cleave says if you hit a creature with a melee attack using this weapon. Nick says when you make the extra attack of the light property weapon. Push is if you hit a creature with this weapon. Sap is if you hit a creature with this weapon. Slow is if you hit a creature with this weapon and deal damage to it. Topple is if you hit a creature with this weapon, and Vex is if you hit a creature with this weapon and deal damage to it. So I guess it's Slow and Vex require you to deal damage in order to have their abilities work. Improvised weapons. I think it's the same. A simpler martial weapon also counts as an improvised weapon if it's wielded in a way contrary to its design. If you use a ranged weapon to make a melee attack or a melee weapon that lacks the thrown property, the weapon counts as an improvised weapon. You don't add your proficiency bonus to attack rolls with an improvised weapon. On a hit, the weapon deals a d4 of the damage the DM thinks is appropriate. It has a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. And if an improvised weapon resembles a simpler martial weapon, the DM may say it functions as that weapon. For example, the DM could treat a table leg as a club. You can weapon mastery slow and hit them with Ray of Frost. Yes, because those are different things. So technically that would work. Sorcerers can't use con for magic because in any world that exists in D&D, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma are the only casting stats. Well, technically, you can do whatever you want because that's how Dungeons and Dragons works. So to go back to that from God, however long ago that was, yeah, the game I'm playing in right now, I've played, God, probably 18 hours in it total. I don't know how many sessions that was, but it's about 18 hours of game time. I'm only a level 4 sorcerer, but I'm using Constitution as my casting stat instead of Charisma. So it's interesting because it makes my sorcerer automatically not the face character because I ditched Charisma because Constitution is my casting stat. It doesn't really seem that game-breaking in any way, right? I know people have their issues with it for whatever reason, and that's fine. But like, right, it's tied to your bloodline, blood, constitution, etc., which is an argument that I've always kind of been on the fence about. But here's the thing. You have a D6 hit die. Even if you had maximum constitution and rolled, and I had like maximum hit points, you're still kind of squishy no matter what. So like, I could just take a little bit more of a hit than I could normally. Oh, hang on. Let me shut the door. The what is that? Water softener's going off. It'll be loud. Give me a sec. All right. If Hunter's Mark is given for free, or is it possible to end up just not taking it? No, it's given for free. Okay. All right. Scrolling through, got a bunch of comments. You mentioned in the spellcasting stream that there's a spell that changed to not requiring concentration to concentration. Yeah. Spiritual Weapon. Spiritual Weapon is now a concentration spell, and it was not concentration before. That's the big one, right? That's the one that everybody's upset about. I made a point about it in the press conference as a joke to have Jeremy Crawford answer it on stage. His response is it's just too good because it allowed the clerics to do their action, possibly have a concentration spell up that triggered to do other things, and to have Spiritual Weapon as a bonus action every turn was, I guess, too much. So, am I understanding creatures no longer have an inherent 360-degree vision, and once you're hidden, you can come out of cover and remain invisible? Let's see. Hidden. Hide action. With the hide action, you try to conceal yourself. To do so, you must succeed on a DC 15 stealth check while you're heavily obscured or behind 3/4 of total cover. Be out of enemy's line of sight. If you can see a creature, you can discern whether it can see you. On a successful check, you have the invisible condition. Make a note of your check's total, which is the DC for a creature to find you with a wisdom perception check. The condition ends on you immediately after any of the following occurs. You make a sound louder than a whisper, an enemy finds you, you make an attack roll, or you cast a spell with a verbal component. Hope that helps. Are there any Warlock invocations that weren't in the most recent Unearthed Arcana? I don't think so. There were some changes. Let me pull it up. Hang on. I think this is the one, right? Is this the one? Warlock? Pact Magic, yeah. All right, invocations. Let's look. We'll start at the top. Agonizing Blast. Okay. So, changes to some of them are the prerequisites. So, for example, in the most recent Unearthed Arcana, Agonizing Blast, the prerequisite was at least one Warlock cantrip. Now, the prerequisite for Agonizing Blast is you have to be a level 2+ Warlock and have a Warlock cantrip that deals damage. So you can't just get a Warlock cantrip somehow. You have to be a level 2 Warlock to be able to get Agonizing Blast. Armor of Shadows is the same. Ascendant Step, Devil's Sight requires you to be a level 2+ Warlock. Okay. Devouring Blade was not there. Devouring Blade, because it used to be built into Thirsting Blade. So Thirsting Blade used to say in the Unearthed Arcana, you gain at level 5, you gain an extra attack. With this attack, you can make 2 instead of 1, 2 attacks instead of 1. And then it said when you reach level 11, this extra attack includes 2 attacks rather than 1. That has been split into 2 separate abilities. You now have Thirsting Blade and Devouring Blade. Devouring Blade requires you to be a level 12+ Warlock and have Thirsting Blade, and allows you to take 2 attacks instead of 1. So this used to be combined into just an inherent upgrade to Thirsting Blade. Now, if you want to get that 3rd attack, you have to take Devouring Blade at level 12 to get that 3rd attack as a Warlock. Eldritch Mind is the same. Eldritch Smite is the same. Spear now requires you to be a level 2+ Warlock. Fiendish Vigor now requires you to be a level 2+ Warlock. That's the same. Gift of the Protector is the same. Investment of the Chainmaster is the same. That's the same. Same. Sorry, I'm just going through all of these because you asked. Mask of Many Faces requires you to be a level 2+ Warlock. Misty Visions requires you to be a level 2+ Warlock. Okay. Blade, Chain. Pact of the Chain doesn't. Pact of the Chain in the Unearthed Arcana required you to be a level 2+ Warlock. It does now not require you to be a level 2+ Warlock. You get that at level 1. And as mentioned, you now have the following options for Find Familiar. Imp, Pseudo-Dragon, Quasit, Skeleton, Slod Tadpole, Sphinx of Wonder, Sprite, or Venomous Snake. Pact of the Tome. Repelling Blast now also requires you to be a level 2+ Warlock and have a Warlock cantrip that deals damage via an attack roll. Because previously, Repelling Blast required you to hit somebody with Eldritch Blast if they were large or smaller and push them back. Now it says when you hit a larger, smaller creature with a cantrip that deals damage, you can push them back. So it is not limited to just Eldritch Blast nowadays. Whispers of the Grave. Which site? Yeah, so nothing new. Other than those couple of changes that I said. They said concentration was removed from some. I don't recall anything off the top of my head. Another big one, if we want to talk a spell change, is Lesser Restoration is a bonus action now, which I really like. Okay, Hail of Thorns, Magic Weapon, Flame Arrow no longer have concentration. So that's good. Any ranger spells that were concentration but aren't anymore. I think we just touched on a couple of them. As long as there's more spell, they remove the thrown weapon option from Hail of Thorns. Well, again, some of them say melee or ranged. What are your thoughts on the changes to attacks of opportunity? If no longer lists hostile creature, so you can push an ally as if they were moving past you. Push an ally as they were moving past you, and they can fail or warcast or cure wounds. Interesting. Hang on. Let's see what you're getting at here. Boy, you guys are really pulling some crazy nonsense in here, huh? All right. Warcaster. When a creature provokes an opportunity attack from you by leaving your reach, you can take a reaction to cast a spell at the creature rather than making an opportunity attack. The spell must have a casting time of 1 action and must target only that creature. Okay? Opportunity attack. Well, that is one hell of a combo if that works. You can make an opportunity attack when a creature that you see leaves your reach using its action, bonus action, its reaction, or one of its speeds. To make an opportunity attack, take a reaction to make one melee attack with a weapon or an unarmed strike against the provoking creature. The attack occurs right before the creature leaves the space. They don't even need to shove you, technically. In theory, which is wild, but I guess it is like a weird thing you could do. If an ally leaves your space, which you technically could attack of opportunity your ally, but you have healing spells as an action, so Cure Wounds would be the example here, and you have Warcaster, you could instead reactionary Cure Wounds them as instead of an opportunity attack. Weird. It's goofy and nuanced, but I say go for it. Yeah, yeah. Conjure minor elementals is bananas. We can talk about that in a second. So you can steal wind strike and still do 2 ranged attacks. And what level do they get their second, 5th level spell slot? Do they even get one? I mean, realistically, we're talking about stuff that almost nobody gets to do. They get their second, 5th level spell slot as a ranger at level 19. Again, how many games are getting that far? And you've been doing a spell that the wizard could have been doing since level 9. It's not huge, in my opinion, but either way. So I don't know if it's been asked, but you can talk about the different giant ancestries. We did talk about that, so I'm going to skip that. Did any other non-attack cantrips get upgrades as you level, like Spare the Dying? That's a good question. Non-attacking cantrips. All right. We're going to need a list of all those here. That is damage. I think, well, it's not an attacking necessarily, but they just cleared up Acid Splash, so it can hit, it's a 5-foot radius sphere. So each creature in that radius must make a dexterity saving throw. So that's kind of just like a general improvement because the way it's designed now, it hits more stuff. What are we going to have? Like light, I guess. Resistance mending. Dancing lights, no upgrade. Elementalism, no upgrade. Druidcraft, no upgrade. Okay. Still going. Come on. What's the next one? Guidance didn't get an upgrade. Come on. Light didn't get an upgrade. Did mending? Maybe? Nope. Message. So I'm gonna say probably not. It looks like it looks like maybe Spare the Dying was the only one of the non-attacking cantrips that got like upgrades as you level up. Which is still kind of cool. So I like that for it. So I'm gonna just say based on what I've read through so far, no. Yeah, Battle Rager probably not, but I still want to do it. Do they keep a version of swapping a weapon with every attack you make? I don't think the Sword Coast Adventures guide really sucked. I think it just didn't know what it wanted to be, and it was at a weird time in D&D. Like, that was the first supplement, like, source book that they released post the 3 main books, so they weren't really sure what they wanted to do. So I think that's really kind of where they ended up. We'll get to Polymorph in a sec. Let's see. Where would that be? Okay, so it would be under combat. Okay. Nope. We're talking about swapping weapons, right? I'm not sure about what exactly you're getting at with swapping weapons. Let's see. It doesn't, by the way, if someone was asking about Forced March earlier, Forced March is not listed as a thing here in this version. So it's just kind of a thing that you'd have to. I don't even know if it says you can only do 8 hours a day, but yeah, I'm not sure if it has. It definitely doesn't list Forced March here. I don't know. Interacting with an object. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything necessarily about drawing a weapon. So, did they keep the playtest version of swapping a weapon with every attack you make? I don't. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about that. So I'm gonna say no, but maybe I'm wrong. Then you make a strike with a melee weapon, fire a ranged weapon, or make an attack roll as part of a spell. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, but I don't know exactly what you're referencing, but I'm gonna say no. All right, so polymorph, like a lot of these spells, they no longer give you the hit points of the creature; they give you temporary HP. So polymorph, you turn into a beast or wisdom saving throw. Reminder that there's language in here that anybody can choose to fail voluntarily any saving throw. So you don't have to like spell that out specifically. The beast has to be a challenge rating equal to or less than the target's. Their game statistics are replaced with the stat block of the chosen beast. They retain their alignment, personality, creature type, hit points, and hit dice. They gain a number of temporary hit points equal to the hit points of the beast's form. The spell ends early if the target has no temporary hit points left. It's limited in actions it can perform and speak. The gear melds into it. So basically, instead of giving them a whole hit pool, they just give them temporary hit points equal to the beast's HP. And if they still have temporary hit points, the spell maintains. So that's kind of how that works. For Warlock, can we still change invocations when we level up? And Pact of the Chain now is an action with no material cost for Find Familiar? I don't know. I believe, yes, you can still change your invocations whatever you level up. We'll find that out here in just a sec. Invocations. Whenever you gain a Warlock level, you can replace one of your invocations with another one for which you qualify. That answers that. Pact of the Chain. You learn to find familiar spell and can cast it as a magic action without expending a spell slot. So there you go. Well, quicken spell, yeah. So wait a minute. So sorcerer can quicken spell to try again if they get counterspelled. Yes, technically. With the wording of dual wielder, can you use Nick to do 3 attacks if you expend your bonus action? That's where I know. Dual wielder. Enhanced dual wielding. When you take the attack action on your turn and attack with a weapon that has the light property, you can make 1 extra attack as a bonus action later on the same turn with a different weapon, which must be a melee weapon that lacks the two-handed property. You don't add your ability modifiers to the extra attacks. You can draw or stow 2 weapons that lack the two-handed property when you normally would only be able to draw or stow 1. When you take the attack action on your turn and attack with a weapon that has the light property, so you still have to use a light weapon for dual wielder? That seems dumb. Hang on. When you take the attack action on your turn an attack with a weapon that has the light property. You can make one extra attack as a bonus action later on the same turn with a different weapon, which must be a melee weapon that lacks the two-handed property. You don't add your ability. This seems so poorly worded. I don't like this at all. So this is letting you take another bonus action attack, is what I'm gathering from this. But you still have to have one as a light weapon, so you couldn't wield two long swords, is what it also seems like, which kind of defeats what dual wielder was all about. Also, you don't get the +1 to your AC anymore for dual wielder. That's gone. When you take the attack action on your turn and attack with a weapon that has the light property, you can make one extra attack as a bonus action. Yeah, I don't really like how it reads, but I'm not sure. Corruption, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Cat Up. Appreciate it. I'm trying to do my best here, man. Appreciate it. Have they adjusted anything about weapon sizes? Yes, there is actually a thing about that. Let me pull that up. Hang on. So people were complaining about heavy weapons. So normally you weren't able to wield heavy weapons as a small character. That was kind of like the whole thing. So heavy is just disadvantage on attack rolls with heavy weapons if it's a melee weapon and your strength isn't at least 13, or a ranged weapon and your dexterity isn't at least 13. So you're not limited as a small character to not using a greatsword because it'll be constantly at like disadvantage. If you have a strength of 13 and you're small, actually, no, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter your size at all. If a weapon is heavy, its attacks are made at disadvantage if it's melee and your strength is less than 13, or ranged and your dex is less than 13. So that's how that works. Like if I get a player, okay, hang on. There was something about, was it armor? There's something about equipment sizes. Okay. Most campaigns you can use or wear any equipment you find. No, so nothing about like increased damage for different sizes as far as I can tell. I think that's what you're asking. Gaming set is not an opposed check. Win the game? No, you just can do it with a DC 20. Linguist is not in the new PHB. How much more balance do you think marshals versus spellcasters got? I think it's a lot closer. Weapon mastery does a lot for it, so I think that's a lot better. Exhaustion is very similar to the UA, except it's now -2 to all D20 test rolls for every level. Still die at 6, and you decrease your movement speed by 5 per level of exhaustion. Does that mean that Archfey, Warlock can Misty Step and cast a spell? Yeah, that's what it reads like. If you can cast a spell thing X times without a spell slot, presuming you get 2 actions somehow, could you double tap a spell that way? Yes, but there is no way to get an extra action to cast a spell because Action Surge doesn't work the same way. Action Surge specifically states you cannot use the magic action with it, which is the action you use to cast a spell. So previously, you would take 2 levels in Fighter to cast a spell and then cast another spell. That's not the case anymore. So if presumably what you're asking, I think the answer may be yes. No, actually, I'm sorry. The answer is if you you can only cast one spell with a spell slot per turn. That is the answer. if you have, regardless of how many actions or things you can have, only one of those can use a spell slot. If you have a whole bunch of means of casting spells without a slot, like a cantrip or a feature that lets you do it without a spell slot, then you can cast that as many times as you have the capability to do so. If that makes sense. Yep. Yeah, I know. Find Traps I don't think was much better. Find Traps was, without a doubt, in my opinion, the worst spell in all of 5e. And I don't think did it get much better? Let's look up Find Traps real quick. By the way, it looks like Force March isn't in here as far as I could tell. You know, let me check the index real quick and see if Force March is in here. Force damage, Force Cage, nothing for Forced March. All right, let's compare Find Traps to old Find Traps. All right, casting time, range is still the same. You send any trap within range that is within line of sight. A trap, for the purpose of this spell, includes any object or mechanism that was created to cause damage or other danger. Okay. Thus, the spell would sense the alarm or glyph of warding spell or a mechanical pit trap, but it wouldn't reveal a natural weakness in a floor, an unstable ceiling, or a hidden sinkhole. The spell reveals that a trap is present, but not its location. You do learn the general nature of the danger posed by the trap you sense. It's the same fucking thing. It is the worst spell. Hey guys, there's traps. Where are they? I don't know. What do they do? I can kind of give you a general idea, but that's it. But you don't know where they are? No. How many are there? I don't know. Are they magical? Could be. I don't know. What a stupid fucking spell. I hate this spell so much. Magic Missile is the same. Although it is written in such a way that it does seem like you roll the d4 each time now, as opposed to once for multiple missiles. Polymorph does give temp HP. We talked about that. Oh, damn it. I gotta catch up. Oh boy, here we go. Okay. Stream has been going for, I mean, I don't know when you said this, 3 hours. Oh man, that was an hour ago. I just got to that message. So the utilize or magic action are required to use a magic item and non-magic items. I think that closes the homunculus using a wand or a ring of casting loophole. That might be true. Did they take away the fighting style to do damage with your offhand with two-hand fighting? No. That's still here. What the heck is it called? Two-weapon fighting, I think. It is called two-weapon fighting. When you make an extra attack as a result of using a weapon that has the light property, you add your ability modifier to the damage of that attack if you aren't already adding it to the damage. Let's see. I mean, it could have been a proton pack. How does the halfling fare? It kind of falls into the same thing I was talking about with the dwarf, right? Where you eliminated the options. They just kind of distilled it down to just like base halfling, which is advantage on saving throws against to avoid or end being frightened. You can move through any space that is a size larger than you. You reroll 1 on a roll of a d20 test, and when you take the hide action, you can take the hide action when you are obscured only by a creature that is at least one size larger than you. And that's it. So I do think Halfling's got a little bit of a nerf, personally. Has there been any change to the shield spell? Nope. Still good. Good as it ever was. And I'm glad for that. Just take a look. Shield. Reaction when you're hit by an attack roll or targeted by magic missile. +5 to your AC, or magic missile takes no damage. So that's the same. Have you seen the combo of Conjure Minor Elementals and Scorching Ray? Yes, I'll probably make a video on it. Just because I lost all the revenue of all the videos I did make because of what was going on with the PHB. That stupid Conjure Minor Elementals Scorching Ray thing will just blow everything up, because that's just how it is. What classes, subclasses, or builds are you most excited for? And also, how do you feel about the general balance? I think you're going to see people bitching and complaining. It's all out of balance. Everything's crazy. Blah. It's not. It's really not that different. Yeah, there's a couple of things that are way out of bounds, like the Conjure Minor Elemental and Scorching Ray thing is pretty nuts. But how often are you going to cast a 9th level spell to cast an upgraded 4th level spell to 9th level, then wait a whole turn to then cast your 8th level spell to follow up on that immediately? Like, it's kind of nutty, right? Like, probably not going to be in too many situations where you're going to blow your 9th and your 8th level spell back to back to set up for a turn and hope that nothing goes wrong. You could do it, I'm sure, but also it's kind of wonky. And how many people are at the point where they're casting a 9th and 8th level spell back to back? They even get to that high of a level. So yeah, that's really out of bounds for the however much % chance that that's actually going to happen. I don't think it's that bad. Yeah, there's some things that are kind of wonky, but they did their best to try to rein in a lot of the really crazy stuff, like the Druid hit points, Stunning Strike, Divine Smite, stuff like that. So I think it raised up a lot of stuff that could have needed to be raised up. And I think it did a good job of kind of pressing down on some stuff. And then there's obviously stupid things like Find Traps is the same. So I think it's okay. What subclasses or builds are you most excited for? Like I was saying, I think I'm excited a lot for Fighter, just in general. I never really had interest in playing a Fighter. Now I do. Some of the new changes to Warlock, and again, especially the wonky stuff with the we were talking about spell slots, could be pretty wild too. So people asking about the Artificer. Again, if you caught my video about the D&D press conference, somebody asked about the Artificer, and Jeremy Crawford flat out said they are working on new Artificer goodies as they speak, but we just can't talk about it yet. So apparently, they are working on something, and I do sincerely hope it is a player's handbook too, because they did say in a future product you will see some old subclasses come back with a new coat of paint on them, which could potentially mean something like the Necromancer will get upgraded, potentially. I feel like the Ranger is worse because they've focused so much on the Ranger's thing being Hunter's Mark. And Rangers are should be more than just one first level spell. I guess you could argue now that Divine Smite is a first level spell. You could make the same argument that Paladins are that. But Paladins also get, improved Divine Smite or whatever it's called, Serum, whatever, Radiant Strikes or whatever, where they just add an extra D8 radiant damage to every attack they make at level 11. And again, the Hunters or the Rangers level 20 ability is Hunter's Mark goes to a D10. It's so stupid. Yes, War Domain Clerics do get to cast Spiritual Weapon and Spirit Guardians because it's a benefit of War Domain Clerics get to ignore the concentration for Spiritual Weapon. So that's cool. Doesn't the new War or Forge Cleric feature allow you to get the spiritual weapon? Yes. War, yes, correct. I'm answering from YouTube chat, but I'm probably answering from 2 hours before you got here. That's just how it is. Unless I put it in slow mode, but we're working on it. Did the PB AoE cantrips make it into the boy, what the hell is PB AoE? I don't even know what that means. Am I missing something? What the freaking book is that? I'm really having a hard time figuring out what that is, and I'm supposed to be missing something. Anyway, there are again Booming Blade and Green Flame Blade and like Lightning Lure and all those did not make it in, but a couple others did. So like Thunderclap made it in. Did Produce Bonfire make it in? Or Create Bonfire? No. Yeah, I think Thunderclap Cannon. There was like a Frostbite. Was that one? Did that make it? Nope. I think Toll the Dead did. Toll the Dead did make it in. Thunderclap made it in. Swordburst? Or Word of Radiance? One of those, I think. Swordburst did not. Did Word of Radiance? Word of Radiance did. So there's a few extra cantrips that made it back in. Soul Knife. I think some of the stuff you're referencing might have gotten removed. Let's see. Psi Energy Die. Psi Bolster Knock. Psychic Whispers. Psychic Blades. Whenever you take the attack action or make an opportunity attack. Oh, and it does have the Vex. No, it looks like that's pretty much the same. Because some of the other things did have Weapon Mastery, and they ended up removing it, so... For Agonizing Blast, I remember the UA, the wording could be interpreted that you could add your Charisma modifier to each damage roll of the cantrip, not just each attack. Is that the same? Choose one of your Warlock cantrips. You add your Charisma modifier to that spell's damage rolls. That's what it says. I think I know what you're saying. Like if I roll a Firebolt and I roll 40-10, do I add Charisma modifier to each D10 roll? I don't think that's the intention, but I could see how you can make that argument. I was seeing somewhere that the Polearm Master plus Sentinel combo no longer works because Polearm Master no longer calls the interaction an opportunity attack. I think that was true in the Unearthed Arcana. I thought that changed here. I've got it right here. Let's pull up the Unearthed Arcana. Hang on. See if it says it right here. I have to find the one with feats in it. All right. I think they fixed it. but let's go ahead and read. Okay. Polearm Master. Immediately after you take the attack action with a quarterstaff, a spear, or a weapon that has the heavy and reach properties, you can use a bonus action to make a melee weapon attack with the opposite end of the weapon. Deals bludgeoning damage with a d4 damage die. Reactive Strike. While you're holding a quarterstaff, spear, or weapon that has the heavy and reach properties, you can take a reaction to make one melee attack against a creature that enters into the reach when you have the weapon. So it is not calling it an opportunity attack. You can take a reaction to make one melee attack against a creature that enters the reach you have with the weapon. Sentinel. When you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, the creature's speed becomes 0. So correct. It does not interact based on this. It's so stupid though. You can take a reaction to make one melee attack against a creature that enters the reach. When you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, their speed becomes 0. So yeah, based on that, it does not interact. My bad. Sorry, it does not. Let's see. Were there any changes to the soul knife? Okay, we just did that. I've talked a lot about Goliaths. Holy cow. Can technically dual wield crossbows now, right? Oh, thanks, Mike G, on the 1K, 110K subscribers. Appreciate it. Dual wielding crossbows. Let's see. Gotta see the weight requirements of crossbows. Light crossbows are not light. So, I mean, you could always dual wield hand crossbows if that's what you're referring to. All right, let's look up crossbow expert. You ignore the loading property of the hand, heavy, and light crossbow. If you're holding one of them, you can load a piece of ammunition into it, even if you lack a free hand. You don't have disadvantage when firing in melee. When you take the extra attack of the light property, you can add your ability modifier to the damage of the extra attack if that attack is with a crossbow that has the light property and you are already holding, or you aren't adding that modifier. So yeah, I still think it's only dual wielding hand crossbows, if I'm understanding that correctly. No one's asked about the crafting rules yet, surprisingly. Convoluted, that's a stretch. Are they existing? There are crafting rules. That's about what I would say. So, let me do a little showy tell here, right? Here's a page spread. This is your crafting rules. That's it, right there. Not even a full section of a page. Because this is potions and this is spells. That's crafting. Not a whole hell of a lot. All right? You ready? It's not don't get your hopes up. To craft a non-magical item, you need tools, raw material, and time. Okay? As we mentioned, the tool section will tell you what you can craft with it. You must use the required tool to make it. Raw materials. To make an item, you need raw materials equal to half the cost rounded down. So, for example, you need 750 gold pieces worth of material to make plate armor, because plate armor sells for 1,500 gold. Okay? Time. To determine how many days, working 8 hours a day, it takes to make an item, divide its purchase in gold by 10. Round a fraction up to a day. For example, you need 5 days to make a heavy crossbow, which sells for 50 gold pieces. If the item requires multiple days, those days needn't be consecutive. Characters can combine their efforts to shorten the crafting time, divide the time needed to create any item by the number of characters working on it. Normally, only one character can assist you, but the DM might allow more assistance. So, what did we say? It said, take the purchase price in gold pieces, divide it by 10. Right? Is that what it says? So, yeah, okay. So by that definition, you would need 150 days to make plate armor. Now, if you had somebody helping you with it, you could cut that. One person is what they're saying is typically allowed. You could cut it down to 75 days to make yourself a suit of plate armor, as long as you have the capability, somebody to help you, and 750 gold pieces worth of materials. That's the entire crafting rules for non-magical items. Now, healing potions, pretty easy. You need an herbalism kit. Requires 25 gold pieces of raw material in a singular day. That's it. That's how you make a potion of healing. For scrolls, it's a little bit different. Scribing a scroll takes an amount of time of money based on the level, and it has a little table here, right? Everything from 1 day for a level 1 spell to 120 days for a level 9 spell. Each day requires 8 hours of inscription. If it requires multiple days, they don't have to be back to back. And you need to either have proficiency in Arcana or Calligrapher's tools, and have the spell prepared on each day of the inscription. And then it also has material components and gold pieces associated with it. The spell scroll uses your spell save DC and spell attack bonus. That's your crafting rules. If you cast shield during your turn, say to an opportunity attack, you can't cast any other slotted spells on your turn? I believe so. Per turn, yeah. On a turn, you can expend only one spell slot to cast a spell. This rule means you can't, for example, cast a spell with a spell slot using the magic action and another one using a bonus action on the same turn. A spell that has a casting time of a reaction is cast in response to a trigger that is defined in the spell's casting time entry. Some spells that have a casting time of a bonus action also cast in response to a trigger defined in the spell. So the way I read that, I think, is yes. But, like, if you have a magic item that uses charges, that's fine, because it's not you spending a spell slot, if that makes sense. Yeah, no counterspending and counterspell's not a thing either. Well, catching back up. Yeah. So much Goliath talk. I think I'm too far back. Oh, wait, maybe not. Okay. Catching back up. Here we go. Halfling. All right, we're further back than we needed to be. Okay. Oh, I think I'm too far. Okay, here we go. Okay. Mention that monsters will not have legendary actions and instead reactions. Does that mean spellcasting monsters with things like Counterspell will be obnoxious? Well, again, Counterspell sucks now, so it's not going to be as obnoxious. It might just kind of be annoying. So yeah, that's potentially a thing. Didn't Force Cage get nerfed with a consumption of 1500 GP mat, and it requires concentration, but they didn't nerf Wall of Force? Oh boy, alright, well. Didn't really look at it, so if I'm being honest. Let's go look. Force Cage, Force Cage. Oh shit, it is concentration. Well, that sucks. Hang on. Force Cage. Ooh, yeah, it used to be not concentration. Shit. Yeah, and now the ruby dust is also consumed. Damn. That sucks. That is a big nerf. In a lot of ways to Force Cage. And Wall of Force. I mean, Wall of Force was still always concentration, so that's fine, I think. Legendary monsters do not have legendary actions anymore. Looks like they just have multiple reactions. There's artwork was leaked from I think from the by somebody from the press conference where they showed the green dragon stat block. They just have multiple reactions now, not legendary actions anymore. I wouldn't touch shield with a 10-foot pole. I love shield. Point blank area of effects. I see. Oh, okay. Thank you. I totally missed that. My bad. I'm not in danger, my man. I'm good. Defensive Duelist got a buff that now gives you the AC bonus until the start of the next turn. Okay, so that's pretty good comparatively. They didn't really add any Earth-esque spells at all. In fact, some of the ones that did exist aren't really even here. We can talk about Blade Ward. Yeah. Blade Ward. Action, concentration up to a minute. Whenever a creature makes an attack roll against you before the spell ends, they subtract a d4 from the attack roll. So it's kind of like a limited Bane, but it doesn't require a saving throw on the enemy's part. It's just you put it on yourself, and they have to roll a d4 no matter what. And it would technically stack with Bane if somebody hit Bane on them as well, which is kind of cool. Thunderclap is in there. Roar of Radiance is in there. Sword Burst is not. New book, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything Else 2024. Accurate. Is there some 14-step crafting recipe somewhere? Not that I've seen. Let's see. Okay. Plate armor takes 150 days solo. Yeah. For the new ways to utilize tools, pretty much what we had in Xanathar's. Yeah, pretty much, but not entirely. But pretty much. I know that doesn't really help, but hey, more importantly, cobbler's tools. You can now modify footwear to give advantage on the next acrobatics check if you make a DC 10 roll. Couldn't really do that in Tasha's, or in Xanathar's, I don't think. So that was something. Okay, Imp stat block. We can look at that. Imp. Lowered its armor. Nope, that's the lion. My bad. Oh, wow. Massive hit point increase. Holy cow. What? Yeah, they added 11 hit points? Okay. It doesn't have persuasion skill anymore. It only has resistance to cold damage now. It has immunity to fire, poison, and the poison condition, which it had before. Sting does more base damage, but less poison damage. And then invisibility is the same. And then the shapeshift is the same. So a little bit more hit points and less poison damage. Oh, but it's not a saving throw. It just does the poison damage. So the Stinger just does more base damage and poison damage. With it doesn't require a save to take the poison damage. It just gets it. Oh, you know what? Wow. Damn. Casting a spell from a scroll doesn't use a spell slot either. So that functions with this too. Ooh. Ooh. That's okay. All right. That's how we're playing it, I guess. Get yourself as many things as you can do to get you free off spells that don't require a spell slot. Because then you can double up. A scroll is the magic action. Unless you're a thief rogue, which can do it as a bonus action. Well, we talked about Counterspell, but basically it's a con save. You can't upcast it, and all they do is they don't use the action. So if you cast Counterspell on me, or I'm casting a spell, like Lightning Bolt, and you Counterspell me, if I fail my Constitution saving throw, which, by the way, you can obviously jack up in a variety of different ways, but if I fail my Constitution saving throw, I just wasted the action in which I would have cast Lightning Bolt. I don't lose my spell slot. I can still just cast it again next turn. Actually, doesn't seem like you can dual wield two long swords because it seems like one of them has to have the light property. Have you seen this stat block for giant insect? I haven't. That's a spell I never even think about. Because I think it's only a druid spell, right? Yeah. What was it? It has a very strong ranged attack that has no save. Web Bolt. D10 plus 3 to the spell's level bludgeoning damage. Target speed is reduced to 0 until the start of next turn. Yeah, just a flat out shutdown with no save. Yes, they did change Find Familiar. But not just more or less in appearance only. It looks like it's pretty much the same. Yeah, I think Find Familiar is more or less the same. How good are nets now? Hang on. So nets aren't even classified as a weapon anymore. Their nets are a part of the adventuring equipment. When you take the attack action, you can replace one of your attacks with throwing a net to target a creature within 15 feet. Target must make a dex save. DC 8 plus your dex mod plus your proficiency bonus, or have the restrained condition until it can escape. It auto succeeds if it's huge or larger. To escape, it must make a DC 10 athletics check, freeing the restrained creature on a success. And then you could do damage to it. Lances got bumps down to a D10 piercing damage and are still considered two-handed unless mounted. Then they're one-handed. Yeah, I mean, I like the Sphinx of Wonder a lot, just because it's cool looking. And it has basically a granted vantage thing, and it does a bunch of radiant damage, which is cool. Slod Tadpole's terrifying, but it's not very good. Oh, you can just get a skeleton now. So, like, you can get a skeleton with a short bow as a familiar, which is kind of cool. Find familiar cannot attack, so that's a lie. Only if it's a Pact of the Chain. Flat out says right there, it can't attack. Says it right there. It has a specific list: bat, cat, frog, hawk, lizard, octopus, owl, rat, raven, spider, weasel, or any other beast with challenge rating 0. So, gets yourself some options that way. And it does not have a size specification. So any challenge rating 0 beast. Could a thief cast 2 9th level spell scrolls the same turn? Once with action, once with bonus action? Yes? Hang on. It's possible. Let's see. Let's see what it says under thief. Okay. Use an object. You can take the utilize action or the magic action to use a magic item that requires that action as a level 3 thief. At level 13, you can use any spell scroll using intelligence as your spellcasting ability modifier. If the spell is a cantrip or level 1, you can do it for free. If it contains a higher level spell, you must first succeed on an Arcana check, DC 10 plus the spell's level. On a successful check, casts the spell from the scroll. Okay, so that would mean at level 13, you'd have to have a DC 19 Arcana check to cast a 9th level spell. At 13, your proficiency bonus is what, plus 5? Or plus 4? Plus 4 at 13. No, plus 5. I was right. It's plus 5 at 13. So you're sitting there with 5. All you need to do is have, if you have proficiency in it, it's plus 5. And you need to get yourself up to a 18 intelligence, put you at 19. Or better yet, you just take expertise in it. If you had expertise in Arcana by the time you're 13, that's 10. And then reliable talent is at 7, which means the lowest you could roll on any skill check is at 10. 10 plus 10 is 20, means you auto succeed on your Arcana checks to cast scrolls. And in theory, because you're not casting spells with a spell slot, because you're doing it with a spell scroll, yeah, I think you could cast 2 9th, if you had access to 2 9th level spell scrolls, you in theory could cast one as a bonus action with use an object from fast hands, and one as an action just standard, I think. So that might work. Yes, telepathic and telekinetic are both in the book. Oh, the weapon mastery property for lances is topple, which makes sense. Oh my god, did I catch up? Oh, I caught up. Let's go. I did it. Damn. All right. I feel good about that. I thought I was going to be here for a while just trying to play catch up. Real-time questions. Let's go. I had a coffee again. Yeah, Lance technically does qualify for Polearm Master because it is heavy and a reach weapon. So yeah, you could Polearm. That's interesting. You could Polearm Master with a Lance. That could actually be kind of fun. It'd be different. You don't see that a lot, you know? You don't see Lances a lot in general, so. Can you choose to cast one as an action, or does it always cast as a bonus action with fast hands? The way it's written is tricky. It says, take the utilize action or take the magic action to use a magic item that requires that action. Feels very legal easy. I'm not sure. Oh, does it? What? No. Come on. Great Weapon Master. Heavy property. You're right. Great Weapon Master. Works with a longbow. Huh. I mean, only for the damage part, but yeah. Sorcerer's Quicken spell is the new twin spell, it seems. Yes, correct. Find Familiar. Does it get the attack action if you are a small human? No, it does not get the attack action. Find Familiar does not get the attack action unless it's a Pact of the Chain one. As stated. Polearm Master, Piercer, Champion. Yeah, that would be something for for a Lance user. So Lance is a lot. Yeah, very true. Find Steed too, right? That's another option, right? Because Paladins now get an auto prepare Find Steed, which does have its own stat block too. Yeah. Heavy crossbows would also benefit from the damage part of Great Weapon Master too. Longbow is heavy, so is heavy crossbow, yeah. Outside of Ranger, what change to a class is your least favorite? Paladin Smites. But I understand what they were going for. I just think they did it in a poor way. I think you need to just, if you wanted to limit Paladin Smites to just being once per turn, you could have just done it like you did with Stunning Strike. Stunning Strike is once per turn. That's it now, right? So same thing with Smites. Smites would just be once per turn. You don't need to make it a bonus action spell that happens when you trigger blah 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 blah. It seems very convoluted. Which feats do I think were the most improved? Well, I think weapon mastery got a pretty big improvement, which is you still get the +1 to strength or dex, and then your training with weapons allows you to use the mastery property of one kind of simple or martial weapon of your choice, and you can change it on a long rest. So it's also interesting because it still doesn't give you proficiency with using weapons. It just gives you the ability to use the weapon mastery property. So, like, arguably less useful in the grand scheme, but having access, this has benefits to be useful for people who even have weapon mastery. But yeah, that's pretty good. Also, Warcaster was amazing take everything you liked about Warcaster and just give it an increase to an ability score of intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. Like, Warcaster didn't need to be better. It's better now. It's just Warcaster with a +1 ability score. So that's a pretty good, solid improvement for a spell that didn't really need an improvement. Does Charger now work with... hang on. Lance is heavy. I missed something? Okay. If you're a small race and you can summon a medium or bigger creature, can you ride that creature into battle now? Or are there feats to allow you to do this? I feel like you could always do that. Mounted... hang on. Good combat. Willing creature that is at least one size larger than the rider. That's how mounted combat works. So you can't ride it unless it's one size larger. There's the mounted combatant feat, which is basically the same as it was in the Unearthed Arcana, so that could help maybe, I guess, to answer your question. Is Ritual, Caster, Wizard, Druid, Cleric only like Magic Initiate? I believe so. Let's find out. No. Ritual Caster. Choose a number of level 1 spells that equal to your proficiency bonus that have the Ritual tag. You always have them prepared, and you can cast them with any spell slot you have. The spells, spellcasting abilities, whatever you pick. Whenever you finish whenever your proficiency bonus increases, you can add an additional 1 spell with the ritual tag. And then quick ritual with this benefit, you can cast a ritual spell that you have prepared using its regular casting time rather than the extended casting time for a ritual. Doing so doesn't require a spell slot. Once you cast a spell in this way, you can't do so till you finish a long rest. So no, you're not limited in the specifics. Ritual caster is just limited to ritual tagged spells. Does Charger work with Fine Steed? When you take the dash action, your speed increases. If you move at least 10 feet in a straight line towards a target before hitting it with a melee attack as part of the attack action, choose one of the following effects. Gain a d8 bonus to the attack's damage roll or push the target 10 feet away. I guess it would still work with Fine Steed then. Why did they get rid of the Book of Ancient Secret? It completely nerfs packs of the Tome Warlocks. Well, they gave what is this? This is Gift of the Protectors. That's still there. Yeah, they did get rid of Book of Ancient Secrets, you're right. So right now it is... Alright, you get a book. When the book appears, choose 3 cantrips, choose 2 level 1 spells that have the ritual tag. The spells can be from any class of spell list. Yeah, that's true. They got rid of Book of Ancient Secrets. Weird. Don't have an answer for you. Don't know why. Well, you can't do most of those on... The Paladin one isn't really an option. So Lay on Hands is now a bonus action. So you can't Lay on Hands and Smite in the same turn, because now Smites eat your bonus action. Because you have to hit somebody with a spell, or with an attack, and then immediately use your bonus action after you hit them with an attack to cast the spell to do the smites. So you can't Lay on Hands and Smite in the same turn. It's not allowed anymore. It doesn't work mechanically, action economy-wise. And I don't know what channel divinities they have, but if they're a bonus action, it also doesn't work. Um, let's see. So, Oath of Glory, Peerless Athlete is a bonus action, so that doesn't count. That wouldn't work either. Um, so some of these are tied to like when you take the attack action, you could do it. Also, all the level 20 transformation abilities are bonus actions, so you couldn't transform and also smite on the same turn. So, yeah. The only thing is, like, some of the ones like Vow of Enmity is when you take the attack action as part of the attack, you can use your Channel Divinity. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, Counterspell is very different. It doesn't really do what you probably want it to do anymore. Were the rules for illusions already talked about? The Illusionist Mission video talks about something in the glossary. We'll look at illusions and see what it says. Illusions. Spells and other effects sometimes create magical illusions. If an illusion manifests in space, the illusion is insubstantial and weightless, yet it seems to be affected by the environment as if the illusion were real, unless the effect that created it specifies otherwise. For example, a visual illusion of a creature casts shadows and reflections, and wind appears to affect the illusory creature. Similarly, an audible illusion echoes in an echoey space. That's what I got for you. So a small creature could ride a medium skeleton familiar in combat now. Yeah. Uh, um, Nothing to the Artificer, because Artificer's not in this book. Brand new DM question. Do you write notes in your handbook or keep it? Oh, I never write in my books. Unless it was one where there was like crazy errata. Um, like the original Tyranny of Dragons set where like half the shit had to get crossed out. That one I did. Otherwise, I keep my books nice and clean. Any spell you prepare that has a ritual tag can be cast no matter what the class, yeah. If there is no reprinted version, wouldn't you be able to pick the existing old one in mixed content games? I'm not entirely sure what that was in reference to, but I think so. Wizard is the only one that can cast without being prepared. That is true. Am I right in thinking that you can use the extra attack from Nick and the extra attack from Dual? I think so. With the dual wielder, I'm not entirely sure. Who is the best ritual caster? Wizard can do it in a spell book. Bard can also get wizard clerics. Yeah, but wizards don't need to spend a prepared spot for the ritual spell, so I think wizards still win on the ritual casting side of things. Is two-weapon fighting even worth taking anymore? If you want the extra damage, yeah. I do feel like the player's handbook is a net positive. There are things I dislike, but I think the positives outweigh the negatives, ultimately, in my opinion. So I would say yes. Um, yeah, I would say it is a net positive for sure. Um, which change did they try during the playtest that didn't make it into the PHP that you wish did? The wizard spells, like the modify, like create spell or whatever they were. The wizards had those spells where they could like make their own spells unique. That was a cool one. I think it was Unearthed Arcana 6. They made that, where they gave the wizards those extra spells, modifying spell stuff. That was pretty cool. I wish that made it in. Trying to think if there's any other crazy stuff. Oh, monks had weapon mastery, I think, in one of them. They got rid of that. Oh, and the fighters, they used to be able to do 2 weapon masteries on like a weapon. They put 2 on it. They kind of changed it. So like now fighters can just pick like from a small list for every weapon, but it used to have like you could, as long as it fit, you could do it. And they changed it now. Which is fine, but I don't know, kind of, was it this one? It must have been 6. 6 must have been the one with the modify spells. Nope. Was it 5? Might have been 5. Yeah, must have been 5. Let's look. Yeah, scribe spell, modify spell, create spell. I like those a lot. Or when a character has both resistance and damage reduction. There is actually a section about that in here. I think that's one of the unreleased videos that I made that I didn't get to release. Order of application. It is resistance second, vulnerability third. Or hang on. Okay, a creature has resistance to all damage and vulnerability to fire damage, and is within a magical aura that reduces all damage by 5. If it takes 28 fire damage, the damage is first reduced by 5 because of the damage resistance, then halved for the creature's resistance and rounded down to 11. Oh, sorry. If it takes 28 fire damage, the damage is first reduced from 5 to 23 for the damage resistance, then halved for the creature's resistance and rounded down to 11, then doubled for its vulnerability to 22. So vulnerability is applied last. So based on your question, it is, I believe, the damage reduction of the Goliath happens first, followed by the resistance to the damage for the barbarian. Based on how that reads. But you know, it's always specific beats general. So, yeah. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. How do you think D&D Beyond will handle the 2 different versions? Yeah, we kind of talked about this. It was discussed in the press conference at Gen Con. Essentially, if it's something that seems like it's going to be replaced with this new book, it looks like it's probably just going to be replaced. Otherwise, stuff will be flagged as 2014 or 2024. Do you think we're going to get an adventure book, a compilation book, another theme book, or what's after the first book's released? So they mentioned this Red Wizard of Thay book at some point in like last year at PAX Unplugged. They also referenced Avenger, like Venger, the villain of the D&D cartoon series, and being some villain in some book. Anything you noticed in the book we haven't asked about yet? That's a good question. Hmm. Oh, I'm not positive, but there's potential that the way Divine Smite is written as a spell, can't confirm really. This is something that we had ran into at one point because of the way they wrote it in one of the Unearthed Arcanas that it appears that Divine Smite might not allow you to get the extra damage dice doubled on a crit, potentially. That's, that might be one of them. So, and I'll explain to you why I say that. You could argue it either way. Critical hit. When you score a critical hit, you deal extra damage. Roll the attack's damage dice twice, add them together, and add any relevant modifiers as normal. For example, if you score a critical hit with a dagger, roll 2d4 damage rather than 1d4, and add your relevant modifier. If the attack involves other damage dice, such as from the rogue sneak attack feature, you also roll those dice twice, which would make me feel like the paladin would roll their extra dice for Divine Smite. But when you read it, it says bonus action, which you take immediately after hitting a target with a melee weapon or unarmed strike, and then it says it takes an extra 2d8 damage from the attack. This was brought up in one of the Unearthed Arcanas that people had a problem with this wording because it sounds like you roll the damage and then they're dealing an extra 2d8 radiant damage, meaning that it shouldn't crit, like the dice shouldn't double. So the other problem I have with Jeremy's videos is there are several things that are just wrong, flat out lies that he said in those videos. So if you recall from those videos, and we can go back and check the tapes because maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm sure many of you remember him talking about the base barbarian feature, Primal Knowledge, that lets you use the barbarian's strength in favor of certain abilities. And he references very specifically in that video Persuasion, which is not in the book. Another thing he mentions is that they made an increase to the Paladin Oath of Vengeance transformation and made it, let's see, an hour. So that if you're tracking somebody down, you could really fly after them. But here, it's 10 minutes. So I don't know if things just got changed in the future or in the past or what have you. But those seem to be incorrect. We can check the tape on that. Maybe we'll do that in just a little bit. But the wording on Divine Smite in the video, he said it should crit, but here it sounds like it shouldn't, but who knows where we land? I don't know. Let's see. Hang on. I wonder if it would be different since it's a reaction to when you take the damage. It's possible. What is the worst change to you as a DM? I'm trying to think if anything is like really stands out to me as like really bad from a DM perspective. It's not like bad, but rogues having reliable talent at 7 means that your rogue is going to succeed on a lot of checks for like forever. Not that you necessarily want them to fail, but you know what I mean. What do you think about taking small human with alert and find familiar to swap initiate and summon a free mount is a great start? Yeah, why not? If that's really what you want to focus on, go for it. True Strike is way better. Shillelagh, better than it was. The stitching and the binding's fine. I don't know. I saw people bitching about that. It's fine. I have 2 copies. They're both fine. I don't know. You're never going to please everybody. Some people are just looking for shit to complain about. So it is what it is. I don't know. It is what it is, like I said. Can't please everybody. Does Pact of the Blade use your Pact weapon as a focus or for only your Warlock spells or any spell you cast? Let's find out. You can use it as a spellcasting focus. That's all it says. So I guess it can be for anything based on that. If you have a rogue with a nick and dual wield feat, does it give the rogue 3 chances to use a sneak attack per round? Essentially, yes, I think so. I'm sure he did mean perception, but he was also talking about how you could do it at a ball to like impress people. Pretty sure. Well, let's go look at. Fine, let me go find it. Hang on. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I remember him saying that specifically. Yeah, let's see. Let me keep going. We'll come back to that. Your human rogue that maybe took skilled at level 1 has too many skill proficiencies. Yeah, that could be nuts because you could have skilled twice and then a level 7 basically have a minimum 10 in almost every skill that was out there. The lack of this playtest for the spells. I mean, if you're talking about the big one being like the minor elementals one, maybe. Can you make a bow packed weapon anymore? Packed weapons. Got it. Hang on. Pact of the blade. A simple or martial weapon of your choice with which you bond. You can't bond with a magic weapon if someone else is attuned to it. You have until the bond ends, you have proficiency with it. Whenever you attack with it, you can use charisma and have it deal necrotic, psychic, or radiant damage. So any weapon. So any weapon of your choice. If you dip Paladin and then cast Searing Smite at 8th level, it's doing 86 each turn. Yeah. I'm gonna try it myself. To do this, I'm in the middle of a campaign as well. I'm gonna try to switch us all over to this and see what happens. Could a Paladin combine True Strike and Divine Smite? Yes, I think so. Yeah, but you'd only get one attack though. Because True Strike is like you'd be taking your magic action to cast True Strike, and then your bonus action would be Divine Smite, but normally you'd get 2 attacks on a turn. So you could combine True Strike and Divine Smite, but you'd only have 1 attack. Um let's see. Somebody asking about the sprite stat block. Is it more or less the same? Let's see. 8 more hit points. So that's a benefit. A lot more damage. Went from 1 damage on the sword to a D4 plus 4 D4 plus 4 damage. So So the short bow doesn't do poison damage anymore. It charms them. And it's no save. If you hit them with the enchanting bow, they're just charmed until the sprite's next turn. Huh. Um, and yeah, it's still but it doesn't turn invisible now. It casts invisibility on itself. So a couple differences. No, there's only simple and martial. Well, the stat blocks were only for this. The embargo is on these ones. The embargo that you're referencing only applies to the player's handbook. It does not apply to things that have not released yet. I just really want to either play a fighter or play with a fighter that gets to do all the cool new fighter stuff. Wild magic. I don't remember anything off the top of my head that jumped out as really cool. But again, some of the stuff got combined into like one. Let's see. Well, see, that's the thing. You said, can a paladin pick Divine Smite as a level 1 spell? And the answer is yes. So they get it unlocked automatically at level 2. But it's a spell now, a level 1 paladin spell. So in theory, if you dip level 1 into paladin, you can get Divine Smite as a spell at level 1. Paladin Smite is a level 2 feature saying you always have it prepared, and you can cast it without expending a spell slot once. So if you dip 1 level into paladin, you can just choose that as one of the spells you prepare for that day. Level 2 just lets you prepare it automatically for free. So you can't actually have it from level 1 now. I think the transition's pretty easy, to be honest. I think some people are going to have a learning curve based on like how in depth they were using a specific ability. If something is drastically different, but I think the transition should be largely easy. Guns are basically the same. Um, yeah. Yeah, 2 levels of Paladin does get you also the fighting style. But remember, 1 level of Paladin gets you Lay on Hands, which is a bonus action. It gets you Spellcasting, which could be Divine Smite, and it gets you Weapon Mastery. Also true, Divine Smite no longer has a weapon or a damage cap because of the fact that it's a spell now and not a feature. Yes, the charm is pretty solid, yeah. You can counterspell Divine Smite now because Divine Smite is in fact a spell. There are none, really, as far as I can see for old subclasses. I don't really see much in the way. Maybe I'm missing it, and somebody else can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see any like direct conversion guides, which is something you would think you would see. That might be in a new book, like the Dungeon Master Guide might have that, but I don't see any like very clearly, explicitly spelt out conversion guides for old subclasses. Um, did we go over the new grappler feat and could you and how you could do even more damage with spiked growth combo. We did not. We can do that though. Um, as a DM, is it worth getting the new player's handbook? I mean, if you want to give your players the new cool stuff right out the gate, then sure. I mean, uh, if I didn't have one already, I would be looking to get one as soon as possible because I would just like to give my players the cool new stuff. So, plus, I might like, they never know what's going to inspire you one way or another as a DM. Something in this book you might look at and might give you an idea for a monster or a stat block or a magic item or whatever. So, I take whatever sources of inspiration I can get wherever I can get them. Yeah, I know. People are going to keep talking about Conjure Minor Elementals. Yeah, I know. I know. Conjure Minor Elementals and Scorching Ray. I don't care. If you want to blow 2 turns setting up some combo, have at it. You still got to hit. And somebody can knock the concentration off my Conjure Minor Elementals. Um, you know, it sounds crazy, but there's no there's not a guarantee set up unless you're casting the spell before you roll into combat because you know what's going to happen. You're going to concentrate on it. You're out of combat for a turn because you're going to be casting that and trying to stay in concentration. And you're blowing multiple higher level slots to do this combo. So if you want to do it, I'll let you do it. Go for it, If you want to do the stupid thing, do the stupid thing. That's fine. You know what I'll just do? The amount of enemies that'll be immune to fire damage will just jump up if I'm really that worried about it. You know what I mean? Because the example everybody keeps citing is Scorching Ray. Do you know how many monsters have resistance or immunity to fire damage? It's like 90% of all fiends are immune or resistant to fire damage or worse. There's a ton of them that are immune to fire damage. Turns out that shopkeeper you thought was actually a fiend in disguise, and he's immune to fire damage. Wow. Like, there are ways around it. So, you know, I'll let you do it one time. You want to do it the cool thing where you do a whole butt ton of damage? Enjoy. Have your big hit moment. You know what I mean? That's another one, Charles, right? Dispel magic. It's a concentration spell. I could dispel magic on you, and it's gone. We are 4 hours, 15 minutes in at this point. So, um, all right, grappler feet. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on your turn, you can use both the damage and the grapple option. You have advantage on attack rolls against creature grappled by you. Your speed isn't halved when you move a creature grappled by you if the creature is a size smaller. And then they take 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet they travel through spike growth. You're just going to basically pull them along. Yeah, you could do that. That makes sense. Is it almost worse to have you start to set up your Conjure Minor Elemental situation and then somebody to not to counterspell you because like counterspell now doesn't spend the spell slot, but you're like, yeah, here we go, and then you get hit with dispel magic, so you got to set it up again. Like that is almost worse than counterspell. Uh, Would Scroll of Conjure Elemental with Quicken Scorching Ray get banned? I mean, potentially, based on how it works, people could. I could see people banning it. I mean, depends on what Conjure Minor Elemental is. What, 4th level? It's a 4th level spell. So I mean, right there, that's 1,000 gold pieces to craft it. So in theory, that means it's 2,000 gold pieces to buy it. A spell scroll of Conjure Minor Elemental. That's to buy it at 4th level, mind you. It's not like a small amount of money, but depending on the campaign, it could be nothing. But yeah, in theory, that would work. No, you have to buy it at a higher level. You know, I mean, if people want to buy a 9th level Conjure Minor Elementals, it's going to be 100,000 gold pieces. Think about how many more solid permanent magic items you could buy with 100,000 gold pieces. You could buy a town. You could buy, yeah, a lot. So I don't know. If you really want to jump through hoops to see big boom numbers, like, I'll let you do it once. Because it's going to be fun and you're going to feel like a badass and, like, good for you. There are ways for me to shut this down with relative ease, you know? That's the other thing. It also only has a 15-foot range. So, like, you got to be in melee range almost with some of these things to do this. And, like, if they're bigger and they have 15-foot reach, all of your Scorching Rays are at disadvantage. You know what I mean? Because, like, they can hit you. You're threatened by them, kind of a thing. So that's the other thing. You got to put yourself in a pretty bad spot right up next to somebody, so the chance of them hitting you is pretty likely. Oh, hang on. Does Quicken not work like that? Let's look at Quicken real quick. Hang on. When you cast a spell that has a casting time of an action, you can spend 2 sorcery points to change the casting time to a bonus action for this casting. You can't modify a spell in this way if you've already cast a level +1. Ah, interesting. There it is. You can't modify a spell in this way if you've already cast a level 1+ spell on the current turn, nor can you cast a level 1+ spell on this turn after modifying a spell in this way. See, Quicken spell doesn't specify with a spell slot. It just says a spell of a certain level. So you couldn't Quicken spell scroll cast Conjure Minor Elemental. So you couldn't bang it out in one turn. It does not seem like that would work that way. So I don't know if that was intentional, but that's not the case. Thank you for bringing that up. That's a good point. Thank you, Firefan. Conjure Celestial, you're saying? Conjure a spirit from the upper planes, 10-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder. Each creature in that cylinder either gets, or you choose what they get. 4d12 hit points back plus your spellcasting modifier, or they make a dex save or take 6d12 radiant damage. It's bright light. Whenever it moves into a space with a creature you can see, whenever a creature enters it. Okay, yeah, it's pretty solid. It's a 7th level spell, though, so that's a lot, but still. Um, it is 3:50 a.m. for me right now. Uh, So I don't really see. Was there any major changes to Spirit Guardians? I didn't really see any changes to Spirit Guardians unless I missed something. Whatever. Yeah, I didn't see what's changed with Spirit Guardians. It doesn't look different to me. Off the top of my head, anyway. Uh, um, I do like the changes to Cloud of Daggers. I'll say that. I'll tell you, Ninja, in a second here. No changes to Magic Item Attunement. Uh, I'll tell you about Conjure Minor Elemental in a second. Hang on. Okay, we got a lot going on. Hang on. Conjure Minor Elementals is not on the Sorcerer list anyway, so there's that. Yeah, the biggest change to Spirit Guardians was making Spiritual Weapon concentration 100%. I mean, I'm probably going to go into this new PHB as soon as possible. Once it's like available digitally, then like that's when I'll make the transition for my stuff. Oh, it's when the damage hits them now? Let's see what the difference is. Spirit Guardians before an affected creature's speed is halved in the area, and when the creature enters the area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it makes a wisdom saving throw. Whenever the creature enters whenever the emanation enters a creature's space, and whenever a creature enters the emanation or ends its turn there, the creature must make a wisdom saving throw. I see. So it used to be when it starts their turn in the emanation, um, it would take it, but now it's if it ends its turn. Okay. I guess you could always do the dance of you back up, so they have to come into it. Okay. So is that the way the other ones are too? Moonbeam 2 is also when they end their turn in it? Uh, ends its turn there. Yeah, all right. Oh, that's fine. I didn't even really notice it. I probably wouldn't have, if you hadn't pointed it out, I probably wouldn't have played it any different, to be honest with you. Um, yeah, yeah. So it's when they end their turn in it. Yeah, whenever the emanation enters a creature's space, and whenever a creature enters the emanation, or ends its turn there. So yeah, if you move it into them, they take it. That's how I always read it anyway. Or when they first walk into it, they get hit with it. But now instead of at the start of their turn, they take it, because that was always the combo: is you put them in it, hit them with it, and then it's their turn, and then they get hit with it again. Now it's when they end their turn in it. Um, I guess Shillelagh and True Strike would work together. I don't really think about it that much, but I guess it would work. Yeah, Shillelagh's not concentration. So in theory, if you cast them both, they should stack together. As long as your club or quarterstaff's worth more than a copper piece. You should be okay. So yeah, I guess you could combo them to do both. Yeah, but the damage would stack, as far as I could tell. I think. Warcaster could opportunity attack with Thorn Whip to pull them back into the Spirit Guardians. That's true. Near the paid promotion and promotion game tests, will you actually play 5.5? Yeah, I like it. I like a lot of the changes. Like I said, I'd say I'm largely positive on the changes. Do I have some quips and some nitpicks with it? Of course I do. Right? You can't please everybody. I make content on the internet. I know that. People are going to be pissed about something no matter what. But I'd say for the most part, I'm positive on this. All right. So somebody was asking about what the Conjure Elemental banana bullshit is. Let me tell you. All right. I'll read it to you. So, Conjure Minor Elementals is a 4th level spell. It says, you conjure spirits from the elemental planes that flit around you in a 15-foot emanation for the duration. Until the spell ends, any attack you make that deals damage, or any attack you make deals an extra 2d8 damage when you hit a creature within that emanation. The damage is acid, cold, fire, or lightning. You choose when you make the attack. In addition, it's difficult terrain. So, here's what people do. They go ahead, and the combo that everybody's suggesting, which is very ludicrous and probably will never happen, but here's what they're suggesting. Because when you upcast Conjure by Elementals, you add an additional 2d8 damage for each spell slot above 4. So you're starting at 2d8 damage, right? And then if you're going to add, 2 for level 5, 2 for level 6, 2 for level 7, 2 for level 8, and 2 for level 9, which puts you at 12. So if you cast Conjure Minor Elementals, which is a concentration spell for 10 minutes, if you cast a 9th level Conjure Minor Elemental spell, any attack you make that hits somebody within 15 feet of you will take an additional 12d8 acid, cold, fire, or lightning damage. All right? 12d8. Now, that's the number we're going to write down because that's important for this whole nonsense, right? 12d8 per attack that hits, okay? Now, what everybody is also suggesting, which is also ludicrous, is you do that first on your first turn, okay? That's turn 1, is you spend your 9th level spell slot. Then comes turn 2. And on turn 2, you cast an 8th level Scorching Ray. So Scorching Ray starts with 3 rays when you cast it at level 2, okay? You cast it for each level above 2, you add a ray. So you're going to start with 3 for level 2, 4 for level 3, 5 for level 4, 6 for level 5, 7 for level 6, 8 for level 7, and 9 for level 10. Or 9 for level 8, my bad. 9 rays. So, in theory, if you cast both of those spells, your 9th level spell for Conjure Minor Elementals on turn 1, nobody dispels magic, nobody knocks your concentration, and you get to turn 2, you then cast your Scorching Ray at level 8 on the following turn. And then I'll show you what this looks like here in just a sec, because this is what people are going to go nuts about, right? That is 9 Scorching Rays going off. Each one of those Scorching Rays is going to deal 2d6 fire damage. So if every single one of those hits, so right, first of all, we got to do the calculation, right? So we're going to go ahead and do 9 times 2, right? So that's 18d6. Now, reminder that these are all attack rolls. So in theory, any of these have a chance to crit. And we're also considering that we don't have anything to add additional damage. We don't have any subclass ability to add extra damage dice. We don't have elemental adept, so all 1s become 2s. We don't have Flames of Phlegathos, so we're re-rolling. We're not re-rolling 1s or re-rolling the damage dice and taking the new number or any of this kind of stuff, right? Because there's a lot of options that you can do to just do a ridiculous amount of things to increase the damage. So just base damage alone, where you somehow find yourself casting your level 9 Conjure Minor Elementals on turn 1, and you make yourself all the way to turn 2, where you cast your 8th level Scorching Ray. All right, you do all of that, and then you hit all of them, and none of them miss, and none of them crit, okay? You're going to be doing 18d6 fire damage for the Scorching Ray, and 108 either acid, cold, fire, or lightning damage from Conjure Minor Elementals. So, there's your dice. And if I hide myself here, that's 538 points of damage in this particular instance with what I rolled right here. All right? So, that's the combo that everybody's losing their shit over. Now, as I explained, that is a ridiculous combo that will almost likely never happen. Now, that was the most extreme version of that, and that wasn't even technically the most extreme version, because there's other things, like I said, you could do. You could have other abilities to reroll 1s and 2s, to ignore resistance to fire damage with Elemental Adept, to blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. Now, there are lower scalar versions of this, right? As you know, we could do this at, like, you just cast it at the base 4th level and cast a 3rd level, and you could get, like, more middling levels of damage. But that's the one that everybody's losing their shit over. You get 4th level spells at level 7. That is correct. It's just Player's Handbook 2024, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things you could do to really bump up the damage, depending on how you go about this. Yeah, Evocation Wizard. I don't think it's +5 damage to each ray. It's +5 damage to a singular roll. That's how it's supposed to be written, because it's like one of the damage dice or something like that gets it added. That's if you hit every single hit. That is also true. You also have to do this to an enemy that's within 15 feet of you. Hitting with 9 attacks feels pretty unlikely. You're probably right. There are ways to give yourself advantage. That's true. Yes, the rules where it's not tied to a specific ability score, that does exist. So there's, like I said, there are things you could do, right? If you were a tiefling and you had the feat Flames of Phlegathos from, what was that, Xanathar's Guide? Flames of Phlegathos, what does that one do? You can re-roll any one on a fire damage die, but you must use the new roll. But then if you also had that comboed with Elemental Adept, any 1s you roll become 2s. So any of the 1s we rolled on those damage dies would have been re-rolled, and then if they were still a 1, they would have become a 2, so the damage overall would have increased to some degree. And there are other things you could do to tack on that other stuff that I'm sure that I'm not even thinking of that are not concentration that you could have done to stack up stuff. Oh, damn it. I forgot it already. There are other things you could do that you could put on, like I said, that deal extra damage. Any kind of damage rider that you could do to increase it overall. I'm sure there are other ones that I'm forgetting off the top of my head that do additional damage. Um, uh, but yeah, as mentioned, yeah, the bugbear option. There's the evocation wizard. Let's see. Yeah, in the ninja session, you're right. If the player can do the dumb combo, the enemies can do it too. You're not wrong. I'd say the book is on par quality wise, if not like a little cleaner. It is easier to read, I feel like, so uh I'm fine with it. I have no complaints about the quality of the book itself. Speaking of tieflings, which is my favorite of the new varieties. Um I mean, I think realistically, Infernal is like if we're talking like power, I guess Abyssal might even be better. Resistance to poison damage, poison spray, ray of sickness, hold person. Poison spray, poison damage is not like a lot of things are resistant or immune to poison damage, but having resistance to poison damage yourself is nice, and a freebie hold person is always good. Um, so Chthonic is also not bad, right? With chill touch, false life, and ray of enfeeblement. I feel like resistance to necrotic damage that can be like really, really important or almost not important at all, depending. You know, I agree, Mike. The comment about Monk, it is pretty much like Monk has been massive overhauls. Um, uh, I think you just combine the weapon masteries. I feel like if you get both of the features of weapon masteries, you just know the majority of them, add them together. Um, uh, Yeah, if you have access to all the combos to give you the ability to do that, yes, Meta Magic Adept for Transmute would be great to be able to change the damage type to something different. That would be good. Yeah, Transmute spell would make it a much more reliable combo. They fixed the raise spells so you don't have to hit and then save. Not sure exactly what you're talking about, but I think the answer is yes. Um, let's see. Is there? Yeah, so like any of the things that have like damage riders, so like Draconic Sorcerer, right, says you add your charisma modifier to one damage roll of that spell. So one of those 2d6s would have had +5 damage, right? So that's how that would work. Again, I'm sure there's other things in here that I'm missing that like would allow you to do other bumps to damage. Is there any feats that we have? There's probably another spell in here that I'm forgetting that lets you increase something. Uh, Trying to see if Spell Sniper applies to Conjure elementals. Now the range is self, so that can never change. The distance of Conjure minor elementals is the same all the time. Um, but yeah, there are other things you could do. Or if people had things like somebody had, I don't know, Crusader's Mantle up that gives everybody around you a d4 radiant damage on attack rolls. Oh, that's hitting with a weapon. Never mind. I'm sure there are other things that I can't think of off the top of my head that boost damage, like if people are in your aura or like nearby you. Right? Somebody could put bless on you, for example. You'd be adding a d4 to the attack rolls for every single one of those, which could be pretty useful for you to make sure you guarantee you hit with all of those attacks. In theory, a bard could take these as magical secrets to tack on additional stuff for this. Somebody mentioned evocation wizard. That would work. In theory, it wouldn't be as powerful as it could have been, but like Goblin with Fury of the Small could add a little bit of damage to it too. Like there are things you could do to increase the damage. Where is it? Yeah. So you're not going to be dealing like a ton of extra damage. I'm just trying to see if there's anything that really. I know there's some other things, and I just really can't think of them that increase the overall damage that you could do. Right? Like the ideal thing would be to get like Hex or Hunter's Mark, but that's concentration as well, so they wouldn't normally work. Um, over channel? Maybe. Does it deal? It depends on how over channel is written. Um, when you cast, oh, it only works for spells of levels 1 to 5. You deal maximum damage with that spell on the turn you cast it. So, like, I guess it would be maximum damage for each ray. Um, yeah, and it works. It still would work. It just wouldn't work to the degree of which we did all the die rolls. Um, so it would definitely boost the power for sure. The trick is, like I said, there are magic items that you could add that deal extra damage or add to your attack roll, right? Wand of the War Mage, right? Adding to your attack roll. Anything you could do to guarantee you get the hits. And like I said, we're saying that they all 9 rays hit and none of those 9 rays crit. Because if any of those crit, it's going to double the 12d8 and the 2d6. So like you could really crank this damage pretty high where you'd manage to crit on one of these. Yeah, I agree that it would only be on the Scorching Ray damage for sure. Um, but yeah, like I said, there are means to probably boost this a little bit higher. Um, I just can't think of any of them off the top of my head. Hmm. But yeah. Um, and it's not like you couldn't cast some if you had some means of turning something into a bonus action or had a bonus action damaging spell. You couldn't do that, especially if you had one that allowed you to do it without spell slots, like we were talking about before. Uh, yeah. I can't think of too much else, but like I said, and then anything you could do to give you a guaranteed, like try to get advantage on those attack rolls, to really boost up the potential chance of you actually connecting. Mm, yeah. So yeah, it seems crazy to me that Conjure Minor Elemental is fine to exist, but multi smites per turn is too much. Um, I don't know if there's new sources of exhaustion. That's tricky because I think a lot of that's going to come from monsters. That's true, right? cast Contingency with Counter Minor Elementals as a 5th level spell, contingent on casting Scorching Ray at an opponent within 15 feet. Yeah, you could do that. I've heard that the new Conjure Minor Elemental doesn't summon an elemental. It basically just adds a damage aura. That's what we were just talking about. What did I roll, guys? 538 points of damage? Something like that, if you do the right combo. It's obviously very... That's a very clickbaity, like, what? All DMs hate this spell. 538 damage thumbnail. Like, I mean, realistically, might I find myself doing just what I just talked about? Yes, entirely possible. And I would sit down and actually think about what the other options are of spells I could do to improve that, to really jump up the damage to get the highest numbers possible. Yes, it's only crazy with Scorching Ray because Scorching Ray does so many attacks. The key is attacks, right? So, I mean, it would work with, weapons. When you hit a creature in the actually, any attack you make that will deal extra damage when you hit them within the emanation. So, Scorching Ray is just the most effective way to get a lot of attacks in one instance. If you had a means of doing multiple, like, okay, so a monk, if a monk somehow had access to Conjure Minor Elementals, they could do 5 punches in a turn. And they could do those 5 punches every turn, as long as they could keep Conjure Minor Elementals up. And they could just do a bunch of punches, and, like, whatever the damage is, the damage is. But that's something they could possibly keep up consistently. Right? Eldritch Blast would be another one, right? If you could fire off 4 Eldritch Blasts, or, however many Eldritch Blasts with Agonizing Blast, you could do a lot like that. That would be pretty good. Consistent, right? Even a fighter with swords or a blade lock, like you said, attack. It's crazy, but if you could do it with I don't know if the math tracks, but just, I mean, it's also 4 o'clock in the morning, so give me a break here. But if you could do like a combo with like a Beastmaster, and I know you could tell it's late because I'm actually suggesting that, but like something that has anything that gets you more attacks, right? So if you had like the Beastmaster and I have share spells, so they can do it too. The most attacks you could do consistently is the key, which is why people suggest Scorching Ray, because you could do that like at 8th level, and if it makes you to the next turn, 7th level, and whatever else. But you're blowing all your high level slots for this. Correct. You cannot cast spells with Action Surge anymore. This is not an option. It's just, again, it's so much setup. And as somebody who played a Blade Singer and would do like haste Blade Song to like just do nothing the whole first turn of combat, to just set up my combo of haste and Blade Song, and then wait till the next turn, and then finally start being able to fight. Wasting a turn to set up sucks. It feels horrible. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Yeah, Steel Wind Strike could be good too, because the emanation, it's an emanation, right? So it moves with you. So there's, like I said, there's ways to jump the damage, but like the goal is to hit off as many attacks as fast as you can. What level do Eldritch Knights get? 4th level spells? Pretty late. 19. They get 1. Correct. All Dumasna. That's exactly right. Usually you're never going to actually get a chance to see these. So realistically, let's do something more realistic. Okay? Let's say you're a 7th level wizard and you just got access to 4th level spells, and you're going to cast Conjure Minor Elementals at 4th level, and you're going to then next turn fire off a 4th level Scorching Ray. right? So 4th level Scorching Ray is 3, 4, 5. 5 rays. So that's 10d6 if you hit all 5 rays. And it's 2d8 per ray, right? So then it's 10d8, right? So if you were to one turn cast Conjure Minor Elementals, and then at its base level, dealing an extra 2d8 fire damage on the hit, and then fire off 5 rays by firing a 4th level Scorching Ray on the following turn, and all of them hit, and you're all within 15 feet. That's 90 points of damage. Now that's a pretty reasonable amount of damage in the grand scheme of things. Now I'm currently playing a level 12 wizard in a Vec Naive of Ruin campaign. So in theory, I could cast it with a 6th level slot, and then a 5th level Scorching Ray. So 5th level Scorching Ray is 12d6. And a 6th level Conjure Minor Elementals is 66 times 6 attacks is 36. So it'll be 36d8. So if I were to do this in the campaign I'm in right now, if I had access to this, this is what I could possibly do if I took 2 turns to set it up. $214 damage. Now again, as you mentioned, usually the super broken, crazy banana builds are like when you're crazy high level and have access to all this stuff. 90 damage ain't nothing, right? So, yeah. Right, and that's my point, right? You could do, like, these get wild. And the numbers you could do, you could pull some pretty high numbers. Like I said, 90 damage isn't nothing. And we counted on none of them critting in none other ways to, like, boost the damage. Right, turning 1s to 2s or otherwise. But, yeah. Well, Steel Wind Strike can also only hit one target. So you can't, like, hit somebody multiple times with Steel Wind Strike. So, I mean, because the emanation comes with you, you could really chunk on somebody with Steel Wind Strike, which would be good. But the fact that you can't stab somebody multiple times with Steel Wind Strike. If you could do that, then it'd be crazy. So, yeah. So, anyway, I think I'm probably going to bring it to a close. We're closing in on 5 hours of streaming right now. But yeah, it was a good time. We might do more of these. We might make more videos covering some of this other stuff in the future. Yeah, you're right. A thief rogue using scrolls might be able to pull this off in one turn, depending. But yeah, it's pinned, and it doesn't look like anything for some reason. But I made a really funny T-shirt, and for some reason it doesn't show any text on the T-shirt image. But it's called Embargo, and it basically says Dungeons and Dragons, and the top 75% of it is blurred. Because why not make fun of the situation we found ourselves in? But yeah, I thought it was a lot of funny. I thought it was really funny. So I ordered my shirt. It's on my way, on the way to me. So we'll see. But anyway, thank you all so much for watching. We might be back with this again in the next couple days, answer some more questions and stuff. Because Saturday night, you never really know what you're going to get as far as viewership. But I appreciate everybody who's been here the whole time. And again, feel free to go back and view this again. So thank you all so much for watching.